thwarted by a brain in a jar up on a high shelf behind the bar, which she
Wonder
wanted to
where he
kill
got
back.
that.
Wait, do I still have the brain jar or no? I
Didn't
dropped
even
it.
get to it.
Aha.
You're making your way towards it when you got somehow held in place as if by an arcane ward of some such, and then you were oddly and in doing so, you effectively alerted the guards and jumped out the window of the second story
By setting the place
and
on fire. Again.
started a
Again.
small fire.
Again. Yeah. Molotov
Was not
cocktail,
my original
actually.
plan.
A distraction so
Was
that you
not
could
my
flee.
original plan.
The party found out
Bortles!
that Lord Jaeger's got a new bodyguard, this Star Knight sword dancer guy that was not able to keep up with Kevin once she was off of the manor grounds. And Rafal had a good conversation with Lord Montaigne Jaeger, even invited him to the grand opening of the Arboretum.
He's a son of a bitch.
But if it weren't for that darn burgle that was happening right in the middle of that real good conversation, who knows what could have become of it. But later that same night, there was a little bit of a scuttling across the covers of a bed, and Thule was awakened by the movement of a small creature that had made a message across the floor in the bedchambers to make her way to this, effectively encouraging her that they need to talk. And so, following this rodent, she went upstairs and woke up Zara, told the head of the wharf rats, Shelby, that she was going to make her way out to wake the others if she's not back by dawn. And then the two of them went down into the sewers following this rat, where, unbeknownst to them, the party ally Callum of the Ridge Bottom Exchange had also been hired on by this green bearded bugbear to protect his employer, making use of whatever arcane magics he had available to him. And so you guys all met inside of Reverence's gathering spot in the sewers, where negotiations were made to set up a meeting with the party leader, Rafal. And effectively, he's coming out waving a white flag saying he's willing to surrender. He doesn't want to be taken out in just a couple of swift sword slices, that he would much rather talk his way out of this situation, even if it means jail time on his end. He's okay with that.
I don't
And as
think
a
that's
show
what the Requisitors are going to have in mind, but if it saves Trinia, fuck this guy.
And as a show of good faith, he assisted in breaking out one of the party members from the guard's citadel, where she was being held after getting committed for her crimes, as the simulacrum Zara made her presence known. These negotiations turned a little bit sour as Zara told other Zara about how it was Thule that narked on her to the guard. And things quickly started to fall apart from there.
Boring conversation anyway.
And so the party made their way back to the Phoenix Feather Inn, where all these details were being shared. And in the meanwhile, some people had taken notice that seemingly overnight, Agrimar had once again changed his form, becoming a new celestial, almost opalescent white in body with much longer, silkier flowing hair, as he cast off like the sins of his past, essentially. And in this enlightened state, the party just started discussing, throwing everything out onto the table. And I think that Rafal heard some footsteps upstairs, and after excusing himself from the rest of the party, caught Zara upstairs packing her bags. more or less kind of breaking up with the party for the time being, saying that she's going to be leaving and she's heading to Callum's place, that she just doesn't feel a lot of trust here with the party.
Yeah.
So she left this incredibly, ridiculously powerful staff with Rafal, with orders to give to Callum, as she made her way out the window and into the night of the city. Thule had made her way over to the Baylor's retreat, looking to gather some more intel from Reese, but either due to the late hour or due to the mission that he was sent off on, she didn't find Reese waiting her, but some other member of the Veil, who was seated in Reese's booth, who was significantly less helpful in Thule's endeavors.
He was not helpful at all.
She threatened to kill him, in fact.
So I think
Yeah.
she set up a meeting for Reese to give word as soon as he returns that she needs to talk to him. And I think that's about where we left off.
Kind of. So
We left.
So Rafal
Sorry.
came back downstairs, and Callum was at the front door, and Rafal handed over the staff, and Callum gave him a note, supposedly from Reverence. And when Rafal opened said note, it said, "We need to talk about Iliosa. Or we need to discuss Iliosa." And I believe Thule, Rafal, and Agrimar also had a conversation of sorts about everything that happened down there, kind of exactly what Reverend said and everything like that. And Rafal, kind of because he's the only one that's, like, him and Agrimar are the only ones that have been around for almost everything, or at least heard about the other things from, like, a direct source. He's the only one that really knows that Reverence is leaving out a big part of his story, which is Zumeria. He doesn't mention her at all. And so this note is particularly interesting to Rafal. And so when Thule asks, well, do you want to talk to him, like, right? Did my mic cut out?
It swapped to a different mic.
It's swapped.
Is it back?
Yeah, it's back.
Yeah.
Okay, that was weird. Yeah, my
It sounded like it switched to a different.
my
mic.
wire came out, so yeah, I don't know what mic was. Oh, it might have been my headphones. Anyways,
Sounded like it was coming from the microwave across the room.
yeah, but it's back now. It sounds fine now. Okay.
Yeah,
I noticed it. I noticed it really quick. I was like, okay. So Rafal said, yeah, and so I believe Thule was on her way to.
Yeah, she was about to go back into the source to fetch Reverence.
And that, I believe, is everything.
Were we
Thanks,
bringing Reverence here, or were you going
Yes.
with Reverence for fall?
Yeah,
We're bringing
Plan is
Reverence.
to bring
It was-
Reverence to the inn because
Because-
of all the sigils.
and
Yeah.
Rafal basically said, I don't care who he brings, because I've got you too.
Fucking kill.
Tula, if you wouldn't mind just rolling me a survival check to see about how long it's going to take you to retrace your steps. If you follow the
14.
rat.
I gave her the map of the sewers.
Yeah, we gave her the map.
But
Oh,
she's got to
okay.
remember the trail that the rat led her through.
Well,
You dirty
technically, the
rat.
trail that the rat led her through is locked now.
Well, we can grab Shelby.
But we need Zara. Oh no, Shelby could just pick the lock, I suppose.
Oh, Zara needs to relinquish their keys if they're not going to stay at the inn.
Well, you're going to have to find Zara to tell her
Oh,
that.
well.
Yeah.
Agrimar, do you have a way of just making a new key?
If I have the old one, I could do the old Lowe's key copy trick.
Well,
She could
I mean-
always go back through the sewer entrance that she came out of.
Yeah,
and she left.
there's more than one way to loop back around to underneath the.
Yeah, you don't have to use this door to the sewers.
Okay.
Your tunnels aren't exclusive.
Speaking of that, I'm going to spend an hour and make a new key to this. That way we have a dupe.
Probably a good idea. Don't make too
Roll an
many.
intelligence
Do it.
save for that one.
All right, I'll do that.
It's a save?
Rafal,
I'm standing next to you.
Oh my gosh! I thought you were talking about Julie. I'm like, she's not gonna make an intelligence save well.
actually, that's really good. I got a 21.
Let's go.
So he's got a pretty good recollection of how the different tumblers were laid out in this lock.
I was gonna say, you made the door.
I made the lock. Yes.
Doesn't mean he'll remember it.
Nope.
So as Agrimar begins working on a new key for the sewer door, Thule makes her way beneath the inn through the tunnels.
And Rafal waits.
As Rafal waits. Thule, it's going to take you maybe 45 minutes to retrace your steps, and you come back into that sort of multi-junction where one of the tunnels has what looks like a white X marked on the side of it. And you follow through that tunnel the rat led you through previously towards the larger chamber that begins to open up. And you can, once again, you can hear some hushed kind of quieting of each other down as these soft voices begin to whisper just shushes as lights are slowly doused out as your footsteps start to echo down these tunnels. But re-entering into this room, you can make out about a loose scattering of about 25 common folk down here, each of them huddled around smaller, dimmer campfires, each of them in their own sort of makeshift bedding with their own sort of trash jumbled together lean-tos for shelter. There's almost a look of relief that washes over their face whenever you are the one that walks into the room. Like, it's much better to see you, a familiar face, walking back in and say an Atya, for instance, in the middle of the night.
Understandable.
And so upon seeing you, some of the campfires begin to glow a little bit brighter one more time, and just the soft hush of voices does begin to grow a little bit in volume as they reacclimate themselves. But looking around inside of this chamber, you do not see Reverence anywhere.
Are there any of like is like the bugbear there by chance?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. 19.
That's pretty good. You don't see the bugbear, but you do see some of these almost elemental water serpents. These strands of water that are doing their best, it seems, to wash some of the occupants in one corner of the room. Like it's sort of like what would normally be a public fountain made possible through the filtrations of the water through magical purposes for these guys. So some of them are like refilling drinks, others in canteens, others are washing their hands and feet off. Some of them are washing some of their clothes in this filtered elemental water that is just animate. And having seen this spell a number of times previously, you know, it lasts no more than an hour. So at the very least, Greenbeard must be somewhere nearby.
Okay. She'll approach one of like the fires, like people around the fires, and ask maybe if they would happen to know where Reverence went, or if he'll be back soon. I don't know.
You approach one of these campfires, and there's a bit of a more gruff-looking, stockier individual who's curled up into some of his blankets. He has some his graying beard grows out into a more orangey blackish color, but the first few inches from his chin are much more of a shock white in color, and the tips of his beard eventually just kind of trail off into a crimson red, a long since faded color. But this gentleman sort of surprised that you stumbled over here, as it seems he's probably a bit more used to being left alone down here in the sewers to his own. It turns to greet you. You can help yourself to the fire.
Oh, thank you. Sorry
I haven't
to
any extra rations for you, though.
Oh, that's completely fine. I actually I had a question if you'd be able to answer it for me. Would
Aye.
you happen to know where Reverence went?
He was here earlier this evening, but I think he's since receded back into his tunnels.
Is
It
there
seems
like
the king has business to tend to elsewhere.
would you be able to point me in a direction, maybe?
What's in it for me?
Hold on. Let me look in my bag of holding real quick.
I could use one of
How
them.
about
I could use a
How-
bottomless bag.
here? I'm going to give him I don't even it's probably more than what is actually needed for this, but I'm going to give him the 4 days of rations that I have in my bag of holding, as well as a tent and a bedroll.
No roll needed for this. Like, he seems to light up a little bit. Says, can you keep those in there till you get to him, or you need me to show you the way, or are you giving me those now?
You can just have them.
You mean it?
I have currently no use for them.
It's gonna be awfully muggy where you're going. But all right, as he kind of excitedly reaches for the items that you're pulling from your bag, and says, last I saw was about, couldn't have been more than 20 minutes ago. He went down that way with some of his regulars. They were talking about making their way back to the main camp. Take the main flow back into the caldera, follow the tunnels for about 80 feet, and it should be your third left.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your help. And really,
thank you,
just I hope
lovely
you
lady.
I hope you get good use out of these items. And she'll set off.
As you start following the path set out before you, it's not too long before you come across another sort of like an outpost, if anything. It's a smaller cluster of individuals, about 4, that look to be loosely gathered around a few crates of supplies with low lantern light at one of these intersecting junctions, where they have a pretty good line of sight for a decent distance in many different directions. And they look to have a number of light crossbows by their sides, kind of propped up against walls, spears and daggers within arm's reach. But it looks as though this light guard outpost doesn't seem to pay you any particular mind as you start making your way up their tunnel. And then proceeding past them, you can see they look to be otherwise preoccupied by a hand of cards, but are nonetheless bothered by the humanoid passing through. And then you start to catch the glowing of more campfires in another larger segment of these sewers. Let me see. I think I got a map for this. And as you emerge into one of these larger chambers, you can see this looks to be another one of these flood recesses with oversized basins meant for ocean storms that have made their way into the coastline, with large tanks that are now otherwise occupied with what looks to be crates and barrels of supplies, extra sleep gear, larger supplies of things like torches, food rations, rice, beans, and the like look to be more towards the front, and many of those crates and barrels look to have been opened and then resealed many times over. There are a number of braziers here providing some decent light coverage for this room as you are entering it, and I think I just need to grab your token. And among the many campfires that are in these larger chambers, there look to be several dozens of curious faces taking the occasional glimpse your way.
Real quick, am I supposed to be able to see something here? There it is.
I got a black map.
There
as
we
well.
go.
I'm just on
One
the
Yeah, I'm
top
on the city map.
Yeah.
Stand by, everyone
Must be
else.
nice.
I had a black screen for like the first half hour.
Well, I didn't move the other players from anywhere else, so I don't know why you had a black screen.
Still on a black screen.
But now I just changed you to a different black screen.
Yeah,
now,
I'm
now
allowed
I
to-
see black screen.
Now I just have to
like-
give you guys your own light tokens.
I could theater to mine. I'm
Darn you, dynamic lighting.
I'm photoshopping at the moment anyway, so don't worry about me.
What are you photoshopping?
Does
You'll
that
see.
work?
Yes,
Oh.
I can now
Ah,
see
I can
Thule
tokens.
and the danger she might be or not be in.
So Tula, you enter a
Oh,
larger
no.
camp of the rat folk down here in the sewers, and you can make out dozens of these Skaven folk, a couple of lizard folk among their numbers, some other hybrids that you might not recognize. All of them just sort of casually leisuring themselves about the sort of cobbled together tables, benches, and barracks that are available here. You can see a number of doors look to be propped up over tunnels, some gates that look to be present with guards on occasion. Like they've got their own functional campsite down here amongst the tunnel walls.
So all I see in here are like rat folk and other hybrid-ish people.
Roll me a perception check. Because currently, yes, you see lots of humanoids, rat folks, lizard
15.
folks. You can make out the occasional thumping of larger footsteps, and what you swear is a rat folk that was like about 10 foot tall crouch into one of the tunnels and dip into the darkness. But with the low light down here, it's hard to say for certain if that wasn't just a trick of the shadows. But after about 5-10 minutes of just sort of starting to walk these campgrounds, you do spot the bright orange hair of one of Reverence's right-hand peoples.
She'll approach them then. Oh, the
You see
Durgan.
Kima Sunblight emerging, walking towards a set of double doors that has been a bit more populated than the other routes in and out. And you can hear a little bit of commotion and revelry on the other side, like many sounds of like a tavern. And she's walking towards those doors.
I'll take a peek in there then.
All right.
Oh, okay. Yep, there's light.
So you can see that she starts making her way in and around through a couple of pairs of double doors that look to be capable of bracing and reinforcement in case this place were to ever be seized or under attack by some sort of larger sewer occupants. There are all sorts of shelvings built into place to barricade these doors. And inside, you can make out about half a dozen patrons in varying states of drunk and a red-haired, white-bearded dwarf that looks to be doing his best to pay attention to the few semi-conscious tenants that he has seated at the bar as he's refilling their drinks and exchanging whatever tales that they might be discussing. it seems as though they're talking in Dwarvish, so you're not quite sure what they're discussing exactly, but it doesn't seem to be anything more than the occasional just chatter.
Okay. As she goes to the door, what's her name again? Kiva?
Kima Sunblight.
Kima. As she's going through the door, she's gonna try to grab her attention.
How would you like to do so?
She'll just be like, "Oh, excuse me, just a second. Sorry."
I
I'm looking for Reverence. I have a proposition for him.
You're Zara's friend, aren't you?
I think friend is a loose term. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, it's seeing as the state of things, yes, but I don't think I caught your name earlier.
Tuli.
Tuli. Call me Kima.
Lovely
Come
to
all
meet
this
you
way
on
for
better
a drink?
circumstances. Sure.
Well, then I suppose the first mug will be on me then. As she makes a hand gesture towards the dwarf behind the counter, who gives her a nod, looks over to you, kind of eyes you up and down once before reaching behind him for a bottle of something that he starts filling a couple of mugs with. Can't say I've ever seen you around here before.
No, I can't. I've never been in this part of the source, honestly.
So what brings you so far into the drain?
I need to speak with Reverence.
Again so soon?
Yes,
Didn't you just discuss with him a few hours ago?
I did, but other discussions have been had, so I need to update him.
Right. And what are these updates?
A meeting?
That seems a bit vague, but all right. Tell you what, why don't you wait here? I'll go get the man, and I'll be right back. As she turns around, circles off of her stool, hops up, and just starts making her way towards the doors one more time. As she starts pushing the double doors to the tavern room open, the bartender makes his way over and slides these two glasses of beverage in front of you. So are you going to take a seat?
Yes. Yep, I'll take a seat. She's gonna sit right next to the door.
First time, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I can recall my first time down here. It was a bit of a culture shock to me, too. You know, a lot of the surface folk consider these people down here to just be nothing more than monsters.
I know. It's very unfortunate. They don't deserve that.
As I understand it, there's even some back alleys you might be able to snort out a couple copper for a few rats' ears.
Rat's ears?
What I'm saying is, oftentimes the gutters can find all sorts of trash washing down its way. Don't want to see you bringing any trouble round here, if I'm
Oh,
making
no.
my point.
Oh, no. I got you. I understand the point you're making. I'm not here to cause trouble.
So what brings you here then?
A simple business meeting, if you will.
A business meeting? What sort of business might you be discussing at this late an hour?
I thought it was like 4 in the morning. I guess that is kind of late, 4 in the morning.
Most business meetings don't happen at 4 in the morning. Usually.
It's what time they're up in Japan, okay? Like, we gotta do what we gotta do.
Oh, I'm not sure if I can disclose. I don't know how things work down here. I'm sorry.
Well, feel free to tell me. I can keep a secret.
Can I insight check him?
Sure thing.
It's 24.
He looks like the kind of guy that would sell your secrets for a few copper pieces.
Hmm.
There is nothing the least bit trustworthy looking about this guy.
Hmm. I'm sure you'll hear of it at some point. I'm sure word travels fairly well down here.
Yeah, everything washes this way sooner or later. So you're going to be needing another one of those.
Thule hasn't even taken a drink of that first one yet. She's
Gestures to the two untouched beverages in front of you.
Oh no, not anytime soon. Thank you though. I should pay you for these actually.
Sure
Oh,
thing. 5 copper
Okay, 5 copper it is.
apiece.
Okay, 10 copper then. she'll gladly give him 10 copper.
He counts out every piece as he slides his way across the counter before he looks you back in the eyes. All right. Then I'll be getting back to my evening then, as he shifts his weight back over towards the conversation he was having about the time that you walked in. And you're left here just to your own thoughts, noticing that you're catching some stares of some of the other patrons posted up in their booths and tables. And then there's a little bit of commotion outside. You can hear scampering of feet this way and that before the doors open with a hearty creaking of the groan of wood, and a couple of figures start to make their way in. The first is the stout Lady Kima Sunblight, followed by the purple skin tiefling by the name of Reverence, and trailing behind the two of them is a larger, roughly ogre-sized rat folk that looks as though he's under the effects of some sort of arcane spell, with a number of glowing sigils across his person, and noticeably larger than the other
Jesus.
rat folk in here.
How the hell did they get a giant rat folk?
And you can make out the occasional greenish tinge to the fur across this larger rodent, as he stands by the outermost pair of doors, just blocking any exit as Kima and Reverence make their way into the tavern. Kima pulls the doors open and is quick to point towards you for Reverence, who gives her a polite nod and then swoops around on your opposite side, taking the stool beside you and scooping up the glass on the countertop in front of him. Drinking alone? I hear that's a right proper way to get yourself killed.
No, just figured it would be rude to start on the drink without my company. Well, without your company.
Well, I'll cheers to that then.
I have I have a proposition for you regarding Rafal.
I'd be happy to hear you out. I was worried I might have been unclear about something and you were coming for further instruction.
Oh, no. We just happened to discuss things rather quickly. That's not the word I'm looking for. In depth. We know how to discuss things in depth rather quickly. That's what I was going for.
Very well. And what have you come to conclude?
Rafal wishes to have a meeting inside the Phoenix Feather Inn.
You see his smile just sort of turns a little bit sour at the ends. Step into my lair, quoth the spider.
I can promise you that unless you have any, ill intent towards us, then we won't have any towards you. He simply wishes to talk.
I've
You
heard a
can
great
bring
deal
guards
of
with
promises
you.
all my life. Unfortunately, it does want quite a number to wear on one's trust for others.
Of course, no, that's understandable. Rafal said that if you wish, you could bring an entourage with you. And no harm will come to them or you, unless, of course, you take an action towards us first.
It would be a cunning blow to swipe out any of those most loyal to me in one fell swoop. Why the inn of all places, might I ask? Why not say the Arboretum? In the public spotlight, with many, many people around.
How do I word this? The inn is completely secure, as in nobody can hear what we talk about. I don't know how to insinuate that nobody can hear what goes on in the inn.
I wouldn't be able to reach out for assistance either.
No, that is why we are welcoming you and anyone who you choose to take with you into the inn. And of course, you will be allowed to leave freely.
He sets the glass down in front of him and just starts playing with the mug as he's just trying to distract himself from this conversation. He starts sort of rotating it around on the base, making a little bit of clatter on his end. As Kima sort of shifts herself and just leans up against the door frame, and the large rat folk just crosses his arms from one stance, unfurling them, and then crossing them the opposite way around.
I'm sure you could.
Persuasion check.
Okay, I can do that.
Thule. Fucking
33.
Thule!
Thule, they're not going to intimidate her.
We sent the right person for this mission.
He stops playing with the glass, turns towards you on his stool. He says, "All right, I suppose you can't build trust without giving a little trust. How soon would he like to have this meeting?"
Immediately, if possible.
He looks over towards Kima, who gives, if you were to look, you can see her visibly shaking her head no, as he looks from her back to you. Well, I suppose there's no time like the present, then.
All right, I could give you time to gather people if you so wish to come with, or if you are coming by yourself, then I will offer you my utmost protection.
Give me a few moments to gather my things, and I'll meet you by the exit. You came in through the west tunnels, did you not?
Yes?
Very well, I'll meet you there.
Bitch, I mighta.
Truly has no idea.
Been turned around in the sewers a few times. But effectively, he leaves from the tavern. Kima shoots you one more scoff before she and the giant rat folk follow Reverence, closing the doors behind them. And you can see that dwarven bartender looks over towards you one more time, just with a bit of a different look. Like he's a lot more curious about why you're actually here now.
Nah,
But
Chili's get the
Who
fuck
the
out of here.
fuck are you?
I was not gonna lie, I was so nervous because I was like, they're gonna try to. I thought for a second that they were gonna try to keep me there.
Oh yeah, you were
there, and I was like,
fully
oh, God.
surrounded there.
Oh, that would be a terrible idea.
Yeah, I was like, And literally, as the conversation was going on, I'm like, okay, if they do something, I need to take her out. I need to get rid of this guy.
Yeah, like I don't think them pulling a move there is like if their goal is to not piss off or fall, kidnapping you definitely not a way to do that.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
But after a few moments goes by, you finish at the tavern, kind of prepare yourself, and start making your way back towards the exit that you came through. When you exit the tavern, you notice that there's maybe anywhere from like 40 to 50 humanoids that have gathered into some of the crevices and shadows that are all just looking your direction. And their attention diverts towards a set of doors in the south of the chamber that opens up as Reverend steps through, and he's now wearing what looks to be a bit of a more drab trench cloak over everything, sort of just dulling out his colors, as he alone starts striding up towards you near the exit, and you can start to hear just this whispering of gossip flowing through these halls as many eyes are on the two of you. As Reverend approaches, gestures at the hallway, at the sewer tunnel behind you, and says, "Well then, shall we away then?"
Off we go, guess.
To the Phoenix Feather Inn. I've heard wonderful things.
It is rather lovely, yes. Very secure.
We're
Well,
off to see
child
the king,
bodyguards,
the
though?
wonderful from King Rafal.
You employ child bodyguards, from what I understand.
Goddamn right.
You have to be careful with some of those kids. They're killer.
I suppose it's a decent way to avert the guards' attention. Clever. But as you start leading him back through the sewers to the Phoenix Feather Inn, was there anything you guys would like to accomplish in the meanwhile? Or shall we jump ahead to Reverence and Thule making their way back to the inn?
I mean, I think we should talk about Kevin and Callum getting to the shop.
Yeah, Callum took the staff and just headed back to the shop.
Because those two haven't talked since what happened down in the sewers yet. And
Callum,
chronologically, that would happen first.
I dig it.
Well, it depends on where Zara goes. If she goes immediately to the shop, or
That's a good
she goes
question.
wandering around the city for a while.
Yeah, she goes immediately to the shop.
Is there anything you would like to do at the shop before Callum gets back?
Yeah, you will get there first.
Loot the place.
Yeah.
As you arrive
Sure.
at the Ridge Bottom Exchange, and you can note that the door seems to be back in repair. Like, it was exploded outwards when you guys had left this place earlier, but Callum does his best, but these tumblers inside of this door is no effort for your lock-picking skills whatsoever. So shortly after opening the front door to his workshop, closing it behind you, you can see a number of these shelves look to have been rekindled as well. Some of the scrap has been swept up, and what looks to be piles of items have started to be sorted. Like different sizes of scrap to be tossed out, items worth saving, items worth repairing, items that are no good to anybody anymore, and probably just better melted down for components. But it looks as though Callum has been busy in here, considering the short amount of time that he's had since his workshop has collapsed on itself. He's made considerable work here.
Well, she doesn't know a lot about magic or magical items, so she'd probably just mess things up. She'd go around the shop, look for traps, look for anything that seems out of place, because last time she slept here, she had that weird nightmare, so she'll start looking around for anything off. And she'll
Alright.
also tip the disguise hat and disguise herself as someone else.
All right. Maybe 20 to 30 minutes later, you hear the front door click open as Callum enters the Ridge Bottom Exchange. And who does he see in his workshop when he enters?
Ooh. I don't know if I ever sent it to you, but I sent a token of her being disguised, so. And I also lost that token. But she looks like that token that I'm talking about.
Callum, you see a disguised figure inside of the workshop at 4 in the morning.
Excuse me, can I help you?
Right, yeah, sorry, Callum, it's me. She'll take off the hat, show
Alright,
that she.
yes. I thought that might have been you, but one never knows these days.
Yeah, everyone's out to kill us, so it's a good thing you were starting to question people who were in your shop. At 4 in the morning?
Some
How are
shit
you?
like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I see that Rafal to the staff, so that's good.
Yes, he did. I delivered the message from Reverence, and he gave me this. It's yours, if you would like it.
No, I don't do well with like that. I just don't know how to work it. And you would find a better use for this. So, yeah. Do you mind if I stay here for a couple of days? Just
Of
until
course
I
not.
can find
You can stay as long as you want.
Thanks, yeah. Just until everything sort of settles down. I don't feel. Well, you know what happened, so.
Yes, and all I can say is that I can't believe she did that.
No, yeah. After everything that she did, that the best thing to do was to snitch. That. And what? To get on my good side? And I can't believe that I forgave her for the first time, even though I knew that she'd probably do something like this. And she did. And no one believed me that she'd do it again. So,
Lara, I want you to know that whatever you decide, I'm with you. If you want to leave this place behind, I can open up a shop wherever. If you want to stay and help Rafal, then we can do that. I just want to help you.
so I already told Rafal that I'd help him out with whatever the hell's going on with Misthaven. I think I'm just at this point where if he jumps, then I'll jump. I don't think I can back out at this point. So, I've just got to stay here, I guess.
You don't have to stay.
No, I know I don't have to, and I just don't think I
appreciate your
can.
commitment to Rafal. I don't want to. I don't want to try to talk you out of that. But whatever it is he's trying to do to this city, and I understand he's trying to save it. I care more about what happens to you.
Thanks,
So,
Callum, and I feel the same way. But at this point, I've got too many people after me, and well, if Rafal becomes king, then that could possibly disappear, and after we do save Misthaven from this round of trouble, then I don't know. I'll wash my hands of this city and then I'll leave. I don't see myself staying here anymore. Not after what they Not after what Tuli did and why no one took me seriously when she stabbed me in the back the first time, and then here she is still right now, probably at the end helping Rafal and Agrimar, and they're completely trusting of her again. So
We can only hope that they don't have to learn the same lesson.
they're probably not. She probably won't do anything to them. It's just me. I was the lowest on the totem pole, I guess. I mean, they probably didn't trust me a lot to begin with. I mean, I know I do stupid things, and I know that I'm hot-headed. I know that I jump first without thinking, but
You're passionate, and you care about those around you.
I know.
That's nothing to apologize for.
I'm just so tired. I just wanted them. I don't know. After everything I've done, I just wanted to see a little bit of support. You know, just some understanding. And I don't think I got that. So, I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't. So, I
And
think I'm
Callum
just.
starts like walking across the room towards her and goes to just hold her.
So, I think I'm just going to go to the end, and then I'm.
Why
And
don't
then
you
I'm
just
leaving.
get some sleep? Just sleep.
I'm gonna go get some sleep. Thanks, Callum.
He guides her to the bed and like tucks her in. And once she goes to sleep, he starts the process of attuning to this staff and trying to understand what it is capable of.
All right. And within an hour's time, you are fully aware of the staff's properties. As meanwhile, back at the Phoenix Feather Inn,
Oh boy.
I guess maybe a couple hours later, there's movement at the front door as the latch clicks open. Tuli steps in, followed by the purple-skinned tiefling by name Reverence.
I do not know how this starts.
So this is home.
Yep. This is home, I guess you could say.
Tall ceilings.
Yeah.
I have to slouch everywhere I go.
I mean, that's why you moved out.
That is actually true. 15-foot ceilings over at the top.
Have you considered a shrinking potion? Just, a few drops diluted into your morning drink.
Oh,
Just
that's
enough
not
to
nearly
drop
as
you
fun.
a few enough.
Rafal just like holds up the note. What is this?
I thought it might be time that we have a discussion.
I did find the story that you told everyone else to be missing a very key component, and I would like to hear about it.
The story was every bit as true as the words that I spoke, though. It was not an attempt to deceive anyone.
No, just merely missing an important detail.
And for one so worried about scrying, as he kind of looks around the room for wherever these sort of protections might be, you see his eyes do drift up towards the corners in the room as if he is tracing them with his eyes, and you see this faint glow about his irises as he's sort of just looking at the arcane sigils.
I'm assuming
Phelan
he's
put
just
here.
casting detect magic.
That's definitely what it looks like.
Okay, no biggie. Rafal doesn't care.
At this point, I thought it was a rave show going on with all the pings coming on.
No joke though, right? Like I'm assuming he's gonna be like seeing the assault that's happening right now.
Yep.
One could understand discretion being used when referencing discrete matters, leaving out certain details.
I suppose here we can speak freely, depending on, I guess, who did he bring anyone with him, or is it just him?
He walked in with Thule.
All right, well then, I mean, these two know everything. Rafal's just gonna look at him and say, "So, the part missing from your story is Zumeria. I would like to hear your side of things."
I thought we agreed to talk about Leosa.
Well, we can't talk about one without talking about the other, because the lady, oh, what was her fucking name? Annabelle?
Intrinsically,
Lady Annabelle.
The lady Annabelle
yes.
is the one that installed her with the king, and I'm assuming the one that helped you with smuggling poison into the castle.
She did indeed.
So how much did you know about who she is?
Well, Zomeria's certainly new to me. I did know her as the Lady Annabelle. But from what I understand now, her connections with the city go back quite a ways. Seems as though she's had roots in this city far longer than I believe even my own mother. It goes back some time from what I've been able to gather, and she has been working many, many years towards a scheme that she has been meticulously lining up all of the dominoes to set into play. As his eyes are just studying your own face, like obviously rolling his own insight checks on you to see how you're taking this, if this is new, if this is
he hasn't
old.
told me anything I don't know yet.
Is Crownfall pinging for lies for nobility?
No, he's telling the truth. All of that.
No, I'm just saying his. I'm just.
No, I mean, like, everything he said so far is true.
I know it's true.
Yeah.
You know it's true.
Yeah. I
Right,
mean,
speculating.
The dominoes from way back when.
yeah.
We know it's somebody even older and deeper than them. So
That's true. Somebody did put a plan in place at some time.
Rafal will he'll say, "What did you know of her plans?"
I didn't know of her ambitions beyond my brother's death. I didn't know the machinations that she held for everything after his demise. I believed her to be truly invested in helping me from my predicament, from being locked away in a tower, the helpless damsel in distress, she ever playing the part of a hero. We came to discussions. She stumbled across me one evening as I was making my way between some of the hidden away passageways within the castle's walls, making my way from, I believe, from my study to the kitchens at some point for a snack. Nobody was supposed to be there, so I was obviously surprised whenever she caught me. But she never told anyone that she saw me, and we continued to see each other through the years. It was nice getting to see and meet a new face, and well, with the limited availability I had, we became quick friends. So it wasn't too terribly long before she started spending ideas, if you will, about the world as it were outside, everything beyond the walls of the castle, and about how she could help me through this predicament. It wasn't like anything came about overnight or anything. Years and years of being locked away every single day of your life in the same room, in the same tower, can drive somebody insane. By your own family, nonetheless. And when she presented an opportunity to get out, like a fish grasping at the bait, of course I took it. It was the only opportunity I ever saw. I knew that we were planning on poisoning the king. I have no regrets about what I did.
He was not particularly a good man, so
He was
I
made
understand.
to suffer as I suffered, long and drawn out as he deserved.
The man has been trying to kill me my whole life, so I get it.
You see, he just kind of cocks his head to the side. You don't say. I've noticed you fancy a crown about your head, but I don't recall your own coronation.
This thing? You don't recognize this crown? Not the
I
current crown of
recall-
Misthaven.
Perhaps why it's all the more curious to me. I know its history.
Call it a fashion statement. Call it putting ideas into people's heads.
And I'm to trust that this curse of the Crimson Throne hasn't spread its way into your clutches. You already wear the crown of the city that you walk.
You already have made your feelings about how you view my power known. What makes you think that I couldn't make a move against Ilioso if I wanted to? I'm a legitimate heir to the throne. It wouldn't take too much work.
Honestly, I'm not sure what stopped you.
The answer to the question that you asked. The curse. I will not let it befall me, and I wish to free Misthaven from it. But there are barriers to these things. Tell me about Iliosa. What did you have to say?
He looks towards Agrimar, Tatuli, and he leans a little bit closer towards Rafal, and in a more hushed voice, still heard by Agrimar and Tuli, assuming everybody's relatively close in a circle.
I mean,
for this
those
conversation.
two have pretty high passive perceptions, if I remember.
Agrimar was actually going to get glasses and present them at the table with some fine alcohol, just to try to ease the tensions.
As Agrimar returns with this tray, Reverence leans in closer and quiets his voice as if intending it to only be heard when spoken aloud by those even around this table. Like, some of you still have to strain your ears to hear it. I don't believe she's human. I think the Lady Annabelle had... It's going to sound crazy.
Nothing's going to sound crazy.
I think the Lady Annabelle bred her to be queen.
That... Okay, now, so not so unlike the story she has told me herself, but she told me that she plucked her from a brothel. Right, Ryan?
She did, yes.
Yeah, which would still be
Make-
in line
and
with this
still-
story.
Well, What do you mean she's not human? Because if I remember right, Rafal has done divine sense around the queen before.
She pinged as well, not as one of those.
She didn't
other
ping
races,
as
right?
anything.
She wasn't undead, fae, celestial, or
fiend.
Or fiend, yeah.
So what is she?
I don't know what she is, but I know that she has very inhuman qualities. I know that when she's cut, she heals with a supernatural ability, far quicker than any other cuts or scrapes that I ever had growing up. What I've seen happen amongst many of the people in the sewers below, it takes days to heal from some of these scrapes and bruises. With Leosa, it's only a matter of moments. She, on occasion, she can speak words aloud and draw arcane energy from the air itself, willing the magic into being. Some sort of affinity to it, much like a sorcerer or a shaman, something much more natural, a natural affinity and attunement to the magic around her, rather than something learned like a wizard or a scholar. She seems a bit... I wasn't entirely sure growing up in the castle. I never saw it myself, but I heard word about the Queen's coronation. And a few things started to fall into place. Spells always had a more difficult time landing on her. Illusions were more apt to wash away across her face than to stick around. Something about what she is makes her almost naturally resistant to the magic of others.
Hold on, out of character, real quick, because this is the vibe I'm getting from him. Is he implying that the queen is a Rakshasa? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
Could be.
I mean, because okay, look,
But
this
I would
is
say
not.
a Rakshasa would detect as a fiend.
Yeah,
under
it
false
would.
mindsets.
But like, this isn't a crazy tip for him to be on because Sabrina Marin came back from the dead somehow, and that's a
He
question
died?
I still
Yeah,
do
she
not
died
know
before she
the answer
came in.
to. The Requisitor killed her, and
The queen brought her back into the room, and then she came back like a day later.
she's
as a
been
hostage
this,
or
but she is
something.
not undead.
She's unalive.
And I haven't seen her without a helmet since.
And I haven't seen her with that, and she doesn't really. She's
Like an animated armor.
Did she
or something.
speak? Have I gotten her to speak
lot.
yet?
I think you have, and it's a lot more guttural.
Like, yeah, I
voice,
got her
but
to speak like once.
one or two words at
It's like the
most.
fucking mountain from Game of Thrones.
And she does like whatever the queen says.
Absolutely.
So she's kind of like a thrall-ish.
Ooh.
It's like a modified vampire.
No. You just said a word.
She could be a thrall.
Thralls are things that mind flayers make.
Vampires make them too, don't they? Or
Yes.
is it Spawn?
But we just fought a mind flayer lich, and there's a brain in the jar, and homie's fucking foyer, so...
And we still rats with those little craniums running around the sewers too.
Oh, there's an elder
Oh,
brain
cranium
around here
rats are
somewhere.
just. So she could be a mind flayer.
Can we do a knowledge check on some of the traits that he just laid out?
Yeah.
I'll say roll me a nature check for that.
I could try.
Yeah, I don't
18.
have a great nature. I have a +1. Let's go. 10!
I got an 18 on the die for 20.
Pretty good.
Agamar's been around some weird shit.
A group nature check.
I mean, from the sounds of it, it sounds like she's got some sort of natural magical resistance. Agramar, you've heard... Actually, Give me 1 second.
Does she have Tarask blood? She. Oh no.
What?
Tarask have health regen, don't they?
Lots of things have health regen.
And magic, like limited magic immunity?
Well, I don't know.
That
So
wouldn't show up as a fey, fiend, or undead?
okay, yeah, but what about the nightmare things? Because my mom's
Well,
having.
that could be something else.
She could be lying about the nightmare thing and be a really, really good liar.
But
No,
Agrimar
no.
witnessed it.
Agrimar jumped into one of her dreams.
Yeah, no, I got
Ah.
that firsthand.
No, that's what I mean. Like, we know that's real.
Okay.
Yeah, but that also has affected other people other than her, so I don't think she's special to that.
Right. Well, we
That
still
could just
don't
be
know.
some weird thing hanging around Misthaven.
Yeah.
Specifically
that
the
could be
castle.
elder brain thing.
I think it's specifically. Well, I think that effect's coming from the crown that she chose. Because
I
the
think so,
crown
too,
is a
'cause
vestige.
We thought it was an aboleth at first, right? The
Well-
aboleth was that's what we thought originally.
Right. We
was-
originally, or it was the hags. We thought it was the hags, but we killed the hags,
a lot
and
of
it's still
nighttime
happening.
terrors and shit. Yeah.
Right, but we killed the hags, and it's still happening. And I think it's from the crown, because the crown is one of the
Pieces of Exorcist, which
Right.
are drawing them to other people.
Right,
And
okay.
We haven't been able to talk to Nari to see if she dreams because
Right.
she doesn't sleep.
But snapping back into this conversation,
So Agrimar, you and Thule have heard of some races of beings, like for instance Darrow, like those crazy gray-skinned guys like Daldrick and what was his name? The crazy guy that you guys met down in the sewers.
Oh,
not
Me-
Meepo.
Me-
Megrim?
Not Meepo. Megrim.
Megrim.
Thank you.
Meepo
Like,
has
they-
limited magic resistance.
They
What?
are naturally resistant to magic, just tinkering with so much of it, just generation after generation, that this sort of innate immunity starts to build up in their genetics. But there are also things like constructs, like stone golems, that can be made with this anti-magical properties. Just the pure amount of magic flowing through these beings and just the close proximity of it for so long leaves this residual just sort of buffer against magic. It takes more of it to have the same sort of effects against these individuals. Like their spell DCs are naturally a little bit higher. Their own resistances are a little bit better against magical spells rather than physical ones. You know, some demons have the same sort of magical affinities, and Nikoloths have the same sort of magical resistances. And that she could be a number of different sort of things. And Agrimar, with the natural, or with the total of 24, you said?
Just 20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You are aware that some of the studies in the textbooks that you went through with Nari about the Ankaesh, they had similar sort of racial affinities to the magics that they weaved. Like after looking through some of the tunnels and the constructs that they made down below, you experienced some of these. Like those golems were particularly resistant to the magics that were cast against them, made by these beings that you remember had a particular sort of affinity to magic. The same sort of magical resistance and immunity to poison and such.
Yeah, so if the queen was made, they picked the best traits from different races, injected it into a human, so that way it doesn't ping on people's radars.
Potentially. You know, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, I know that.
Very unusual for a human, though.
Yeah, that kind of stuff normally tears people apart.
Or you're left with like a wild magic sorcerer. Keeps turning into plants.
Or someone left in purgatory for 60 years. You know, who knows what kind of magic they got.
Exactly. Like how the Fey magic will just slowly corrupt you the longer you stay there.
how do you
I
know?
don't-
How do you know this about her?
I've observed some things over the years. cuts and scrapes and bruises, like I was talking about. But she also can be particularly charismatic, causing some of her staffers and subjects to do things by her will, not their own. I remember there was one such occasion for, I believe it was one of my brother's birthdays. I'd snuck into the kitchens for some of the baked goods, and she was having an argument with one of the chefs about the sort of filling to be inside of the cake. The chef was very much adamant about the pairings of fruits that he was using, and the queen was having none of it. And after simply uttering out a few counter arguments, the chef completely changed his mind, did a full 180 turn, and did it exactly as the queen wished, without hardly another stutter. She hadn't any sort of wand, staff, or the like on her person, but nevertheless he was compelled through some sort of magical suggestion.
Do we know any kinds of things that have magical, innate charming effects?
Right, Agrimar's got a staff that does stuff like that.
And what about
Yep.
creatures or the
Well,
like?
Scepter.
Like sirens and that kind of thing.
That is a good question.
I'm sure we could come up with a list of things. I mean, Agrimar and Thule have been around a while. We probably have something.
Like, you remember Agrimar had a similar encounter with the Harpies at the cliffside, where he was getting, like, just seduced by their voices alone. They weren't casting spells on him, but just this natural suggestion power they had.
That creature that Agrimar ran into in the sewers. Was it an Ooblik or something?
Yeah, the Elder Ooblix.
Elder Oobliks. They have mind abilities.
Like that brain in a jar that Zara encountered last night.
Well, okay. So what? So what if she's not human? What's your point?
Well, one could certainly make a stronger argument as towards one's proper lineage. And one could see the sway of a crown falling on the head of another, should such information be made public, that the queen wasn't even a human over human subjects.
But the queen wants what's best for the people of Misthaven, so what does her being a human matter?
I was hoping it might matter to you.
I've already told you that I could overthrow her if I wished. Giving me another piece of information to help do that doesn't exactly give me any new information or help me with my goal of making the lives of the people in this city better by getting rid of the Requisitors and solving that little issue that my grandmother concocted. Not to mention the other issues facing the city that I could use your help with, because many of them lie in the sewers.
I suppose I'm willing to hear you out, but I have heard a few rumors about you and your troop as well. Do you truly keep a Celestial imprisoned?
Agrimar does a mental check to make sure he's not in prison.
I've heard a number of mixed stories about what went down with those ships just outside of Old Misthaven that were making their way up the shimmering stream. Some would swear to the three above that they saw Severus Devere fall on board that ship. Others still would bet their lives that they saw him fall several days later, when a few interlopers making their way this way and that across the city encapsulated him into some sort of a red ruby.
What if I told you both stories were true?
Would certainly be curious as to what's compelling you to keep a celestial in jailed for so long. When it is these requisitors that you are so hesitant to trust, yet you are the one who has kept their leadership under control.
Well, long story short is that the contract has been altered because God, because Severus died, another has gained control of the Requisitors. So even if he was to be returned, nothing would change. Is that right, Ryan?
You haven't tried freedom.
I think that's right.
As per the contract, yes.
The problem is the contract that the Mithril Queen made with these devils. And by devils, I mean the Requisitors. And probably, I don't know if that helps give you any kind of insight into your existence, but I hope it does.
I can't say that my mother's dealings with devils is a surprise to me, as he just kind of gestures to himself.
Mm-hmm. So, and that is, honestly, I thought the biggest problem facing Misthaven, but I was wrong. And there are even larger problems facing Misthaven, as made evident by the attack on the city by the Golden Lotus.
So what is it Lady Annabelle's after?
That is what I was hoping you could tell me. But apparently I need you. Unfortunately, you are my evidence.
Evidence of what?
Of the truth about the king. And I hope to have you on my side because of your influence in the sewers. Because of what lurks beneath this city.
You see, his gaze kind of shifts from almost like he's had an epiphany, like, oh, your main focus has not been me this whole time. There's something a lot bigger that's happening going on here. And then the confused furrow of his brow, like he's been hearing probably dozens of stories from some of his people about just horrific things. Like, if you can recall the tales the Thieves Guild brought to Thule about the couple of times they stumbled across some of these entrances. It's bad news for anyone who goes to these places. This is the guy who knows all the sewers and where all these places might be at and the stories surrounding some of them.
Yeah, he is. And Rafal needs his help.
As you visibly see him have this sort of realization wash over his person.
I don't know if you've got understand this yet. It took me a while to understand it, but me being king doesn't save Misthaven. There are bigger things happening right now than petty politics. Now,
Like
I will
the
have
Empire?
older. It's older than Zumeria. It's what this curse, it's what has brought low Zumeria. It's what has brought low my grandmother. It is what has brought us low. Even now, there is an evil that lurks beneath Misthaven.
Tell me this. Do you think you know what the old tales mean by Misthaven's darkest day?
Where did you hear that term? Because honestly, he is the first person that has said that. That is not Rafal Edia.
My mother told me some stories about the contract that she wrote up with the city's protectors.
Did she tell you about what vision she had of this day?
She refused.
Rafal like slams his fist down on the bar.
She was very adamant that we would not be prepared for it.
I'm sure you are aware of the dwarves beneath the city.
I've helped a few of the Durgar make the crossings.
Has the princess departed like she told me she would?
No, Kima's still down below. Tuli saw her just this evening. Morning, rather, I suppose, now.
Come.
Should she be?
Did Rafal know? Is that news? Is that news, everybody?
I don't know if that's news.
Is that
from
news?
I thought
A lot has happened in the last hour.
Sorry,
I have no idea.
There must be some confusion. I'm talking about Bralinera. Oh my god, there she is on the left goddamn side of that picture.
oh, shit.
Holy
Yeah, the siblings.
Did not put that together. I'm glad that Summer's on the same tip that I'm like that Summer's on the same tip that I am. Rafal says, no, I'm talking about her sister, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think we've ever met.
Do you not know what's going on in all the sewers? I thought you knew everything.
Of course not. I don't think you fathom how large and expansive the sewer system beneath this city is.
I'm starting to think I might understand it more than you do.
Then you'll understand that no one person could possibly understand everything going on in its depths.
All right. Then help.
No, you'll understand that
me
I
more
understand
like-
that you understand.
I like to
Callum.
think of myself more like a minotaur, a protector of this labyrinth, of the many treasures held inside of its core. And those treasures are the people I've found down there.
Well, they might be the ones that I need the help from, because what I need is to find... I don't know how to describe the giant sigils.
All right.
Rafal's is going to draw out that giant symbol of air for him. He's like, we found something that looked like this, and we need to find more. They might look like this, and then
They were the giant symbols, right?
yeah,
I can
Rafal's
write
going to
out
have
several.
Agromar write out the other three.
Giant runes.
Yeah, I'll write them out.
And Rafal's going to say they would be very dangerous places to be. And he's going to describe the mechanical golems and the other stuff.
Booby traps.
And he's taken a lot of this in. But his eyes are just kind of lingering on the four symbols drawn out on the table as you guys are regaling him about these conflicts that you've had.
Could I insight check him
Sure thing.
to see if I can get like a read off of him? 29.
29 is pretty good. You get the sense that the following words he speaks are true. As he's looking across the symbols, I've come across something like this in the sewers before, if I recall correctly. Truth be told, I always thought it was the markings of one of the thieves' guilds, making the tunnels for some sort of a passage or another. A lot of the messages they leave behind are almost indecipherable unless you know the cipher that they're already using. But this, as he points towards the earth, the rock giant rune, I've seen this symbol across a couple of walls of the castle's basements. And it was on the other side of the wall of the cell where we met.
In the castle basement?
Yes.
No, we met at the courthouse.
No, he's saying 2. He's saying this one, S5.
Yeah, in the basement. Wait, are you
'Cause-
guys on the map? God, I can't see the map. Damn it.
Why aren't you?
Why
on the
can't you
map?
see the map?
Weird.
I've refreshed my page like 6 times.
Put him back on the map, Brian. Yeah, because
I
so
don't
we
know why he
met.
doesn't see it.
We met Agrimar met
There it goes.
Reverence for
Oh,
the first time under
I thought I was in
Lawacre,
purgatory.
and then Castle
You got too many
Misthaven's all the
token
way
changes.
over here.
Sorry,
But he's
guys.
saying he saw the same symbol in both places.
He's saying he saw that earth symbol in the basements of Castle Misthaven as well as on
That was the
the wall
passage.
at
The
Longacre.
passage went from Longacre to the castle, right? An underground earth passage, maybe?
The secret escape route.
A secret escape route. If we wanted to get to the castle, we could go through Longacre. Haha.
Like when you say you saw them, like, because when we saw them, we're talking giant sigil on the floor, right?
So he walks over and whatever Agrimar is using to draw these symbols out, he takes from Agrimar's hand and scribbles like roughly about the size of a rock, a brick stone. And he's like, if this were a brick in the wall, and he makes a small symbol etched upon it, he says, like this, significantly smaller than like the platform you guys saw it on, so that when one traces their digits across the surface of this symbol, a passageway will be revealed. The rock wall will open itself up and close itself behind, making it a bit more nondescript than, say, the seam of a door.
The big rune was air, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And that lifted the big stone platform down like an elevator.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so we just have to find.
Oh, shit. Riddle Salt and Stone. Hold on. It might mean something.
No, they're just magic runes.
No, I know, but like if, yeah, it's my own thought process.
So where the fuck did those fucking phylacteries go?
I'm gonna speak with someone in the morning, but you continue your conversation with your uncle.
That's a really weird thing to say aloud.
I have to talk to a man about a horse.
Horse named
You need to take a shit?
What do you
He's a centaur. Thank you very much. No.
what do
Oh,
you
okay.
know about the crown that the queen chose? You were probably out of the castle by that point.
I was gone before the Queen's coronation.
Okay.
Only what I've heard in stories, that she melted down the old one.
Well, right, but she chose a crown out of the treasury. A specific crown. Did Zumeria put her up to that? Or
She
Annabelle?
told
Did
me if
Annabelle
she
put her
was.
up to that?
She didn't run that by me.
Okay, what about nightmares. Was she having nightmares when you were in the castle?
I know that after my brother's death, the screams at the night at the castle were more frequent.
Did your brother have nightmares?
Oh yes, terrible dreams, constantly plaguing him. It one of the few sparkles of joy I had in my tower was hearing him unable to sleep at night.
Did he ever tell you what they were about?
No, but I would assume it was many of the poor choices he made throughout his life coming back in a karmic sort of justice way, preventing him from sleeping.
Okay, so then the dreams can't be related to the crown because she grabbed the crown after the fact.
Did you experience nightmares while living in the castle?
No. I mean, it wasn't the most pleasant place. I had the occasional night terror, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't wake up in my bed screaming the way that he would sometimes.
Okay, so it's not the castle.
Well, then why is my mom having them?
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Has she consulted with the local cleric?
This one right here. Here you go, local cleric. Here he is.
But, oh, not
Maybe
for
he would
that
be able
particular
to
ailment.
prescribe some sort of a dream tea to help her through the night.
I have to.
Agramar's gonna keep a comment.
Rafal's-
You could ask your horse
Raf-
trainer about a tranquilizer.
Rafal like stands up and like walks away from him and just like motions for like Thule, you talk to him, and like Rafal's is gonna like rub his temples and like look into the fireplace and like think for a second.
This conversation is way out of Thule's area of expertise.
I just wanted to take this chance to say once again, I am sorry about what went down with you and Zara. That was completely out of the scope of what I had intended. I had pictured it being a bit more cheerful and reverent than what actually happened.
It's not your fault. That was entirely my fault, truly.
I didn't realize she had a twin.
Me neither.
I didn't either.
Yeah, we were not aware that she had a twin. We thought there was just one of her.
If you'll excuse me, the DM will be right back.
This guy doesn't know dick. Ugh.
Agramar will walk over and whisper talk to Rafal. So, what's the play, Rafal?
Out of character, I don't know.
Well, I mean, is he gonna stay alive, or are we gonna turn him in?
I mean, no, he's walking out of here. Absolutely. Like, there's no reason.
Long term.
Yeah, there's no reason to do anything to Reverence right now. I mean, he's small. He's a lot less powerful than I thought he was.
I mean, if all he's got is rat folk, they're nothing to worry about.
I thought he even had more information than he actually does.
He's got the same information, it's just we've spent a lot more blood getting it.
I mean, but we even know more about the sewers than, because he doesn't understand. Like, that's the thing.
He doesn't know that the Valerian dwarves are even down there, probably.
Yeah, he, like, us saying, you know, Bralinera's there was news to him.
Oh no, he's a minnow in a shark pond at the moment.
Okay.
Perhaps you've got some more questions that I can answer. Satisfy any growing curiosities?
If I might ask, what are you truly trying to achieve? Are you trying to achieve peace and prosperity for the people down below? Or are you just trying to get some semblance of power so that way you don't have to hide anymore?
Truth be spoken, I think independence for the people below would be the most optimum. Though I know I would only cloud my thoughts to try and make these ambitions vocalized. I don't consider myself to be incredibly ambitious, but I do know that there's a lot of people that could use someone like me, a middleman, somebody to put people in line with where they are needing to go. I don't hold any sort of grand ambitions. I never wanted to be king over this land, or monarch over any sort of a kingdom. I just wanted out from my tower. And frankly, that is more than enough for me. I would be more than happy to settle with just that, if it's the least I have to walk away with. But if I'm able to help a few people along my way, I would much rather do so, lending out a helping hand to those who are in need of it, whenever I didn't really have a hand reach out to me with genuine intent. Sometimes people just need a hand up.
Well, Reverence, you and I are, well, we have similar origins, and I understand how you feel completely. Making up for past transgressions is difficult. Requires a lifetime of work. I don't know what Rafal wants to do, but I would like to see you succeed in helping people, personally. And if I can aid that, then I would like to.
He stands up to walk around the table towards the side that Agrimar is standing at. And he holds his arm out for a big old handshake and says, "Well, I hope that perhaps we can put the differences of our pasts behind us and work forward towards something better together."
Agmar is going to take a side glance at Rafal and see if he's getting any kind of reaction from this particular part of the conversation before he shakes his hand.
I don't know. Is he lying?
He seems to be speaking with genuine intent.
Seems to be. Rafal will just give you a slight nod.
Thumbs down. Kill this one.
Oh. Yes. Give me the word.
Excuse me, sir. We're not even joking about those things right now.
I've had plans all weekend for this. If I would have got the word,
He's the king of the rat folk, Agrimar. Get him.
You want to leave this
The
place and be
ultimate
safe? I know a
prize.
perfect place for you to hide. Agrimar will take his hand firmly. I know that you don't want your people to be down below forever. And I think we intend to make sure that everyone has a place in Misthaven. Above the surface, if need be.
Not everything is so dreary in the sewers. Sometimes there's a bit more filth running about the mucks of these streets than there are down below.
Rafal turns around and says, "There's more filth up in the castle than below."
Does seem to have its fill of shit running downhill.
Okay. Reverence, I believe you. Mostly because you have no reason to lie to me. Here is what I propose. As of right now, the Requisitors don't know that you are the one that's responsible for the king's death, and it's going to stay that way. Because if they did, they would be your biggest concern.
I have no intention of meeting with them for any sort of negotiations.
And I have no intention of turning you into them.
Then I'm glad that we're in agreement.
Now, that doesn't come without some stipulations. I've admonished Agrimar many times, but I do appreciate this putting to bed past problems. I'm going to need your help with information from the sewers and other things like that. There is an evil that lurks beneath the city. That... Oh, did we catch its actual name? It said it to us, right?
Yeah, we have its name. I don't.
Wait, what are you talking
The
about?
Mind
The
Flayer's
Lich.
Lich's name.
Ataralk.
Ataralk? Where is it?
Ataralk.
Here it is. Ataralk.
Ataralk.
Ataralk. I found him. Rafal's gonna say, have you ever heard the name Ataralk?
With a C or a K?
I
K.
think a K.
No, I don't think I've ever heard that name mentioned. Possibly overheard it in passing and thought nothing of it. Nothing that I can say stood out to me at the time.
Well, let me tell you a story. And Rafal is going to tell him flat out about, like, kind of us going down in the sewers, running into the dwarves. Fucking Rafal's going to tell him about soul stones. Rafal's going to tell him about fighting the fucking mechanical Behir. He's going to tell him, like, the whole thing about going down there. He's going to kind of fill in bits and pieces of, like, history if he needs to. He's not going to mention anything about the statue of Zemeria or any of the pieces of ecstasis or anything like that. Yeah, Rafal's going to tell him what they found down there and see what he fucking thinks.
Wow, that's... certainly a bit of a curse on this city.
You see now why the petty politics of men have become suddenly a lot less interesting to me.
I certainly see that I have misjudged your priorities. Let me know how I can be of assistance. He fumbles about one of his trench coat pockets and pulls out, like, just several bundles of cinnamon sticks that are all just kind of laced together in small spools with just string, just like clusters of 5-6 cinnamon sticks, and he just starts laying out about 4 or 5 of these clusters of cinnamon sticks. Next time you're making your way through the sewers, just tuck some of these into your pockets. Many of the beasties that live down there would rather avoid a mouthful of cinnamon, so they're going to give you a lot less hassle if they can smell it on your person.
Fast travel through the sewers unlocked. All right!
Wait. Zara's been walking around
He
with
was-
animal immunity because of pocket full of cinnamon? That's epic!
Yep. I didn't know that. Whoa.
Or did she?
I mean, you went back and bought more.
She used it all.
I know.
Rafal's gonna look at Reverence and say, now, I know that you're a man who can keep secrets, so I expect that a lot of this information is only going to go to those that you also trust to be able to keep secrets.
How much of this is free to discuss without any kind of gestures up at the arcane markings that are glowing around the seam of the building?
Well, Fall like
I
hesitates.
mean, I would assume none of it.
I would think
We'd-
almost none of it, because there's a reason I asked you to come here, and it's because I don't know if you can see, but constant efforts to scry on us.
Can see that this place is very popular.
There's a reason. And it's not the petty squabbles of men. We're dealing with some forces beyond our ken, and I need help.
I understand.
I appreciate the information you've given us, especially about the Queen. I will take it under advisement. And
Anyone else lose Nick?
I think so.
Yes.
You sock him? What?
Oh, we're fighting him? Okay.
Oh, we're fighting?
Oh no!
Okay, who cast Enfeeble on Rafal?
can you hear
I just
me?
wanted to try out
Can
this
you
new
hear
stat.
me now? Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh,
yeah.
much better.
That was weird. Okay. All right. Where did I cut out at? At the end,
Yes.
Yeah, good. I kind of just stopped talking, so it helped.
Okay.
I had hoped to get at least some inkling of their motivations from you, but apparently, I guess fortunately, you were not part of their plan, except for your proximity to your brother. So once again, I have found a tool and not the wielder of the tool.
Well,
That's right. I'm calling him a tool to his face.
he just looks like you see he raises his finger up as if he's about to say something, and then his shoulders just kind of like droop as the thought just drifts away. So you think they're after the Queen's crown?
Out of character, how can we explain that without bringing up the pieces of Exorcist?
I mean, what are they up to? Like, I guess.
I think my conspiracy brain says that the pieces of Exorcist is to fight these liches.
No, they can't be, because it was the Golden Lotus Lich. Like, that, it's him, right? Like, and the Raffaffelganger was collecting the pieces for him. So. But that's not what fucking Zumeria was doing, was it?
It could be.
Zamaria was working to try and free her people.
Or so she said.
Yeah, because she is a piece of Extasis, right? Because she was a vampire. She was a Nari, right? And so...
She had the blood of the Titan.
Right, so does Nari, right? So,
Yes.
and that's where we found it, was in her little statue. So... So basically what we've learned is that it's possible that the Queen was literally created to marry the king so that Zumeria could get close to Reverence. or even just to marry the king, and so that like Iliosa could inherit the kingdom sometime or whatever when he died, and they were able to speed that up because Reverence existed, and Zemeria found Reverence and was able to be like, hey, now we can kill the king, is basically what I'm as understanding. So the missing piece was, we didn't know that Zemeria didn't know about Reverence. Now we know that she found him and was like, now I can kill the king.
That got Queen Leosa into the vaults down below to gain access to a different crown.
Because she couldn't go down there until the king was dead.
So the queen was a tool just to get the crown, so that way they would have someone under their thumb that could get the piece.
Right, because the pieces call to each other.
And Rafafelganger's ploy was to come into the city, so that way he could get the piece from the queen.
Yeah, but here's the part that doesn't... Okay, so, because here's the thing, right? Who's working for who? Because if Zemeria is not working for Golden Lotus dude, then why put these motions into event, right? Because so she... Why, like, okay, if her goal is to get her people back, she doesn't need the pieces of Exodus, right?
Was it a simulacrum that was made, or a clone? Do we know what was actually...
There was a simulacrum of Lady Annabelle that you guys fought.
Well, we just found out that they have their own mindset, so could it be that perhaps the simulacrum was separated of its own accord? Like, if Zemeria found out after the fact, and they were holding a piece away from the Liches, like as collateral, but the other one was like, I'm still working for... Like, the two Zomerias were not working together, but opposed?
That just seems convoluted for no reason.
It seems like Misthaven.
Okay, well...
Like, if they had the same goal when the simulacrum was created, but then the civilization got teleported out, the original would have its own ideas on it versus the simulacrums, right?
Well, like, because, like, yeah, my thought process is, if the queen was in league with the Golden Lotus, couldn't she just give him the crown? You know what I mean?
Unless Zemeria was not aware of the Golden Lotus?
Well, no, I'm talking just about the queen. So just recently, right, when everything went down, right?
Iliosa, not Zemeria. Right?
Iliosa, right? If Iliosa's in line with the Golden Lotus, she could have just given them the crown when they showed up, right? Because at that point, then the only piece that they would have been missing would be the staff.
The staff and Nari, right?
Well, Nari was there. They had her frozen in ice. They had everything. Shit, they almost had everything.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
The wraps, yeah, right?
They would have only needed the crown and the staff at that point, because they would have
the Shredskin wrappings.
The wrappings
and
were
the
still in
wrappings.
another
You're
dimension.
right. Okay, because we hadn't done that part yet. But so still, they had all but 3 pieces at that point, and so like the queen could have just given them the crown. So, like, I guess I don't understand why they attacked the city, because they didn't get anything out of it.
Well, we don't know if Iliosa is of free will or not, because she might know something.
Who would she be dominated by?
The Liches.
Maybe. But if she was created by Zemeria... I guess it doesn't seem... It seems like Zemeria was trying to fight this Lich.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting, but it feels like Annabelle was working for the Lich and Zemeria was working against the Liches.
Well, No, because nothing Annabelle did helped the Liches. It just put Iliosa in power. But she hasn't done
Which she
anything with
wanted
that
for
power.
some reason.
Other than grab that crown out of the treasury, right?
Well, maybe nothing yet.
Or nothing public.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
There's a lot of things that are happening in that castle that we don't know about.
Like Pizza Fridays.
Okay, so like... God damn it. I don't see how Atto Ralk, like... He wants the pieces of Exorcist. What the... Other than the crown, there's nothing else in the castle that we know of. Somebody say something.
All right then. Well, I'm glad we had this discussion.
Yes, if we need anything else, we will send word for you. Thanks for the tip about the cinnamon in the pocket.
Thanks for a lot of context.
I hope that it helps with the sharing of information. If you see anything, please send word.
I'll keep eyes out for these symbols that you showed me. He gestures back at the drawings Agrimar made. Should be seeing you shortly.
Okay.
Do I just go out the front or out the alley or? You have a trap door, teleportation.
We usually just walk.
I care not if you're...
Dimension door.
Can you make yourself scarce or disguise yourself as you leave?
Not particularly.
Well,
Hold on.
It's not like he's wanted or anything, right?
I have.
not technically. No, nobody
Nobody
really
knows
knows
him.
who he is. So Rafal really doesn't care what the fuck he does. Rafal,
The only person we
Rafal
have to
will
worry
tell
about is
him
the queen.
that the inn is being watched almost daily. So we try to be discreet.
If you've got something I could use as an
Yes.
arcane focus.
Julie's gonna pull a disguise kit out of her bag of holding because I have that in there.
Nice.
I mean, we can just let him down the trapdoor if we really need to.
Oh yeah, you made a key.
That's right. You made a key.
Yeah, I got a
Yeah,
key.
fucking
I've got
let-
a set of keys.
Let him just into the sewers.
Follow me, Your Reverence.
All right.
Agrimar will undo the locks and escort him to the sewers.
As Agrimar leads him back through the party's armory, down into the trapdoor, and assists him as he starts climbing down that ladder into the depths below. The reason I ask, because what you guys don't see is outside of the inn, across the way, just a few rooftops down the street, just the slightest glimmer of reflection as the moonlight catches the star-splatted mask of a Star Knight that is just keeping a watchful eye on Elm Street.
I knew somebody was out there watching. I knew it. God, I knew somebody's always watching.
I'm really glad I made a key.
Oh.
Fuck that guy. God, I can't wait to take this fucker down. Alright, it's
Oh.
time to play some petty human politics. Might
party's-
might hold off on asking the old queen to marry me though.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's wrong with not being human?
I guess I haven't actually asked her that question, so who
I
knows?
haven't asked a lot of people a lot of questions.
She can't lie to you.
Do you normally ask people if you're human? You're the
If
only
you ask
human in
people
the
if they're
party.
If I'm being honest with you, Ryan, before I have sex with them, I do.
So just some heavy hand holding then.
You know, it'd be a good way to tell if she was actually like, say, if she was like a race that could disguise themselves.
Like if she had
Oh,
tentacles
you-
instead of a mouth, that's a good way to tell too.
I have a way. You
I
take
also
like a
have one. Oh.
take a petri dish, you heat up a copper wire, and then with everyone else's blood, you just put it into the petri dish, and if the blood reacts, you know it's not human.
I thought you were going to say the moonbeam spell,
Or
That too.
Callum's got true sight.
I was
or
gonna say I have true seeing. Tuli could go to the Arboretum
Hey.
opening using true seeing.
or I did design these handcuffs that were, you know, the moonbeam shackles.
Oh my god.
Do we want to do the Tuli Agamar special and give him true sight and etherealness, and he can just walk into the castle and see what he wants to see?
I was just thinking, let's get the Arboretum open.
Oh man, I can't wait
Oh.
to take down Montaigne Jaeger.
That's what I'm
Oh,
saying,
yes,
like,
I
it-
wanna do
it-
that
like-
so badly.
Because, like, here's the thing. I think it'd be really dope if we can take down Jaeger, get some of the West Docks, and let the rat people live in the West Docks in those slummy areas, and, like, we can revitalize them with the people that, like, live down in the sewers and shit, like Corbin's Fishery and stuff like that.
Oh, Agamar talked to Tuli about that, like, I don't know, how long ago was it?
yeah,
A year and a
months.
half?
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, Rafal's been buying up a lot of this area, so
We were gonna start a whole like children's outreach thing with like
Aw.
some music classes and some magic classes from Callum and you know something for Kevin. I don't know what you're good at besides stealing stuff, but some
kids need to
Bad
learn how to
advice.
steal stuff.
good advice from someone who made bad choices. Right? That's what most teachers are, right? People
Look,
that make bad
Like
decisions.
when they
No,
ask like
really.
in school when they have like former criminals tell you not to do drugs.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but I have to admit, I mean,
Yeah, did those really stop me
Yeah.
from doing drugs? No.
No.
No, they
Really.
didn't. Mm-mm.
I
They
mean,
taught me to
Dare
be
did
smarter
tell.
with my crime.
I mean, Dare, like a police officer in Dare, made me open up my eyes and go, "Oh, what's actually happening is pretty bad."
Also, they told me I was going to get offered drugs way more than I actually got
Right?
offered.
I know.
Right? They were like, if somebody comes up to you and offers you drugs, don't take it from them. Nobody's
Be
gonna
like,
give you free drugs.
nobody's
It's too
giving you
expensive."
free drugs.
I wish we lived in that world.
Anyways, yeah, so Reverend Sleeves,
Does anybody have a VRPR card?
yes.
Oh, what?
Yes, I
Okay.
do. I actually
I need a
pulled-
new one.
I pulled it out and ripped it. Actually, I think at one point, but yes,
Thank you, Ryan. It was someone else.
I had one and I ripped it for you.
I need a new one. Mine burnt.
I want one.
Oh, you're
Well,
burnt
you
in
could have one if
acid.
you were here at the inn with us.
I know.
But yeah, Rafal will hand you a your peer card. Yeah, I guess we have a party to get ready for.
This man has the best fabrics and materials I've ever met, or ever seen. And he rips the card.
As you rip the card, you hear a faint kind of tinkling like sleigh bells outside. And after a few moments, you hear a cart just rush to a stop just outside of the front doors. And then a few moments later, you hear a boisterous voice, here at like 6 a.m, of Vorpir, the centaur, pulling his cart behind him, shouting out, "You rang!"
Rafal's gonna open the door and peek around outside as he lets your peer in.
Oh, greetings, greetings, greetings.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just gonna look around. They needed you.
All right, I'll just set up over here then. As he starts just effectively like unhooking himself from his cart and then throwing open extra shelves and expanding his cart and setting up shop basically inside of the inn.
Fall's been doing some looking.
Yeah. Holy shit. 26 perception. Is anyone keeping an eye on the inn?
Eddie 19.
You do see a flash, like a reflection of something in the moonlight, like the helm of somebody's armor across one of the rooftops just a few roofs up the way. It's a very pointed, segmented helm, like that bodyguard that you saw earlier tonight.
Morfall will make a note of it and then go back inside.
Don't worry, Cal, I'm not buying anything magical. I am in dire straits, as you can tell. I do not have any proper attire, and we have a grand opening to attend tomorrow. Do you have anything?
Opening. Well, I have heard about this new set of Emperor's robes that might take your fancy, given your current attire. Invisible to all except for the wearer. It appears at the most finest silks.
Oh, that's pretty good. Tuli, what do you think?
They're not actually. By the way, great reference, Ryan.
There are other options available as well. I have a cloak of the Arachnida, a very fine spider silk cloak that could even assist you in making difficult climb checks to or from greater heights. A cloak of protection to give you a bit of additional defense with a few dragon scales woven into the fabric, or like a bit like a shield. A cloak of the manta ray taken off of a particularly large spirit beast out in the ocean, and with some of its capabilities still intact, can allow you to glide through the water and breathe it as if you were the manta ray itself. Anything like that? Or were you thinking something more mundane?
Wasn't that fancy?
Something like that.
Agramar pulls out all of his drawing journals. He's like, I've been working on this.
I'm ready. I've been waiting for this form.
He's going to be
Those
so
are nice,
fancy.
but no, this.
This is my final
Yes,
form.
this blue, I think, accents my new skin tone.
I see. Very fine designs here. I will admit it might take me the better part of this afternoon, but I could have it done for you by tomorrow morning.
That's enough
What
time, right?
day is it? When is the opening of the Arboretum?
We have today.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Today's
yes,
your
that would
day
be
of
fine.
downtime. It's been one night since 3 sessions ago.
Yeah,
Time moves
yeah.
so slower.
Tomorrow morning would be perfect. Thank you.
And were there any sort of, well, simple spellcrafts you would like woven into the fabrics? Anything of second level or lower, perhaps?
Oh.
How
Ooh,
much would
that's-
that cost?
Just a little bit on top of the already agreed upon fee.
Like how much?
Well, it depends on what he chooses. What spell did you want?
Well, that is an interesting proposition. Second level.
I'll
or
get back to you
lower?
on the spell.
Yeah, you
Don't
said,
know.
you said
I'll get started on the sewing.
you said
Wizards
second level or lower.
Second level or lower?
Does it have to be from a specific spell list?
Are you asking him?
Yes.
Rafal must know.
Oh, you wish to pick the spell that he has woven into his fabrics.
Possibly.
All right. What did you have in mind?
I'm looking at the spell list right now.
There's so many options.
Right? You could give yourself like an AC bonus if you did like Shield of Faith or something like that.
If it was a concentration spell, would it take your concentration?
Oh,
Yes,
that's
it
a
would.
good question. Yeah.
Only if you want it to remain active.
Let's see.
Well, while they're looking at spells, what kind of spell scrolls does Warpure have?
I've got a few available. Scroll of Protection against Undead, Spell of Clairvoyance, Control Water, Detect Magic, Dominate Monster, Dominate Person, Grease, Produce Flame, always good as a 2-for-1, Rory's Telepathic Bond, Reincarnate, Sending, Silence, and Wall of Thorns.
No, Tuli's good.
Very well.
Unless he has potions of healing, then I'd be interested.
I do have a few. I've got these elixirs of health, a few potions of fire breathing, some common healing potions, I believe 3 or 4 greater healings, and I should still have 1 or 2 of the superior healing potions left.
How much would it be for all of his greater healing potions?
All of them, that would be... I think graders are 150 each, so 5 of those.
So
750?
750 for the 5 greater healing potions.
and how many superior does he have?
He's got 2 superior.
And those are how many each?
Those.
Very expensive.
What rarity is that? Why is this the method they picked?
It's superior is like epic level.
They don't actually have the cost of magic items as the problem.
No, but if I remember right, it scales exponentially, and it's pretty
I
crazy.
think it's
for a
like
superior.
2,000 for a
Something
superior.
like that.
2,000. Ugh.
No, 500 gold for a superior.
That makes
Gosh.
way more
And that'll
sense.
heal 8d4
Yeah.
8. And he's got 2 of those.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
I can afford all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, remember
wait,
we got
I'm
like a
rich.
ton of
We got
platinum.
1,000 platinum each.
Yeah, I really need to like convert all of the currency to gold.
Just convert it all into copper. It's a lot more convenient for everyone.
I like how you couldn't even say that without laughing.
I've always loved the idea of just coming in somewhere with like hundreds of dollars worth of pennies to pay for something.
It's been done.
I
Would,
know. I enjoy watching people pay parking fines with
I
pennies.
think maybe you should do see invisibility for the 2nd level spell.
Well, I was going to ask if that requires attunement or not, having that spell attached to this particular outfit.
Oh, that's a great question.
I would say no on the attunement, but it's a once-a-day use, and if it's a concentration, it'll occupy your concentration.
Perfect. See invisibility because it's not on the cleric list.
Let's
But
go.
it will require you to add a little bit more flavor to that costume design you sent over. What do you want covering your eyes?
What if you did like tuxedo mask style?
It's a masquerade.
We already have one tuxedo mask.
No, I would say he would have a circlet that comes out from the back collar over his ears and around the front, and they're like holographic sunglasses, so it like just goes over his eyes, and then like a veil over his eyes.
Nice. That's very cool.
That way I don't have to draw anything.
Wait, is that what you were photoshopping?
Yeah, I photoshopped that image.
Oh.
Also, Tuli is going to take all those greater healing and the superior, which, if I did my math correct, that's 1,750 gold.
Yeah, buddy.
Alrighty, I can do that. And it was 5 greater healing?
I think, yes. 5 of the greater healing and 2 of the superior.
Alrighty. And then superior.
Rafal's going to actually go spend his money with like reputable people for his party clothes because, you know, reputation's important.
Paying for the name on the label.
Pretty much. We gotta go get designer shit. Time for a spa day. Who wants to come?
I was just about to say, could Thule go with him?
Hell
'Cause Thule
fucking
wouldn't
yeah.
just take any normal old clothes.
Thule
Absolutely.
could honestly shop for Rafal. That'd probably be better.
How would you
Wait,
like to
remember the-
spend your montage?
Remember the last spa day that we had? When you and Rafal and Agrimar were having a spa day, Nari and Kevin were, I think, dying.
Teleported to a different plane.
Why did that even happen? I don't even remember.
I wanted to take one to my
Because-
crib.
Agrimar wanted help with something.
No, not that
Um,
spa day. When, like, because that's not what that's not what Rachel's referring to. Because
We've had another one?
Rachel's referring to when we were spa daying, and then they went through some literal hell like shit. I just don't remember why.
Are you talking about the faux Farit shit? Where
it the
you and
sisters?
Agrimar were having tea with
No, that was when we went and saw Brodrin. This was when we were literally at the spa. And what did y'all go try to do? I don't even remember.
do not remember. Maybe it was the sewers or something. I just remember like it was such a stark contrast to what you were doing.
Do you remember what they were doing, Ryan?
I don't.
I mean
Well,
all
What's the
the
gag man?
No.
all the times that it might have been before I joined.
I think so. A little bit before.
I don't remember us doing a hot tub.
I
before.
remember bringing you back cake. I remember
Oh,
that
yeah.
part.
Oh, we went to a dinner.
Yeah,
That
we
was at
were
the
at we
castle.
were at
To
we like
a
we went
banquet.
we did spa day. We went to the castle. Like
That's
we
what
did.
it was.
Yeah, I just don't remember what they were doing in the meantime.
It was
were-
obviously something very important.
Is
we
that when you were
were-
selling weapons to?
No, because she
No,
did
no,
that
different.
with Summer. She didn't do that with Amanda.
I don't know. But usually when there's a tool day or a tea party, some other
Yeah, because you guys got like all kind of fucked up, and then we came back with like 12 pies and like wine and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Like, hey guys, what's going on? Whoa.
I think it
I
might
don't
have been
know.
with
I just wanted to
Phelan.
point that out. I'm just wondering who's going to be the
It
poor
might have
schmuck
been
who
with
has to
Phelan.
go through something.
But what was it? What were they doing?
It wasn't library, was it?
No.
No.
I want to say
maybe
they were
something with the
breaking
sewers.
in somewhere.
Maybe.
Just breaking into nobles' houses while we were having a dinner or something.
I do not
Like normal
remember.
Zara behavior.
Yeah. Except I had someone who would trust. No.
This is gonna bug me. What the fuck were you guys doing?
I don't know.
Was that
I'll
when they
start
went to
thinking
the-
about it.
Is that when they went to the Grey District to recover Phelan's bag of corpse storing?
No?
Maybe.
I think maybe this was before like everything went tits up.
This wasn't when you guys went to the overgrown zone, was it?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Because you guys were investigating the barrels at the overgrown zone, and you found the emerald powder.
Yeah, and the
all that.
dryad and all that shit. Yes.
And Tuli.
Because you
and
guys
some
almost died
failing
because the dryad almost killed you.
Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. Well done, Lucas. I can go get a drink now.
Thank you. Thank you.
You gave Ironhide sentience by doing that. When you kicked that barrel of magical components into the shimmering stream, you made the shark that lives there, that's been like hunting the
Are
fisher
you
people
shitting me
for
right
decades.
now?
You awakened him the same way that all the trees got awakened by it.
I'm sorry. There's just a shark that's trying to kill people.
Oh
There's
yeah,
a
there's
shark
a shark.
that she gave super intelligence to.
There's now
Wait, are you serious?
very
We've never
intelligent sharks.
encountered that.
You
We've
guys
never
have never
talked
went
about
back
that.
to the shimmering
Excuse me?
stream.
There's
There
now a
even-
sentient shark.
I was
Oh,
told
this
not
is
to
the
go to the
shimmering
shimmering stream.
stream. Okay.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That happened
You
like
guys
2
never went
years
back.
ago. I would have gone back if there was a sentient shark, because that's cool as hell.
You would have
Did we
discovered
ever
about
get the other
sentient
guy?
shark if you went back.
Ryan, did we ever get the other shark that?
No, that's the
Reed?
one that she made sentient. Ironhide.
Oh, I
With
thought
me just
I thought it
kicking-
was like. Oh, okay. So it was just like a regular shark that
all
was eating
coming
people
together.
at the beginning, and now it's
No,
sentient.
that was Ironhide. Corbin Reed had a crocodile that he was feeding people to, and that crocodile got bitten in half
What the
by
fuck?
Ironhide during that
I
boss fight.
You need
gotcha.
to
Okay, I
restart
remember
visiting these
Ironhide from all the way
places.
back
Holy
then. I just
shit.
Yeah, he was one of the very early party potential sub bosses. Where it's like it's a shark that's up in the bay eating some people sometimes because
We
that's
never
a good
touched the
low level
water.
boss.
we
And
went in the water
they
one
discovered it?
time, and that shark tried to eat us. so
Yeah,
we're like, we're never going back.
we have avoided that bay like the plague, man. No, we know
We had to
what's-
go.
we know what's under there.
that boat one time. Ugh, no, never
no,
again.
No, nah.
Almost drowned.
God, I remember that. We got
sank
sucked
an
out
enemy
of the
ship
boat.
in the shimmering stream, and you guys never went to check it out.
Fuck that shit. No.
That seems like a people person kind of thing. That
Wait,
sounds
you
like
guys
a
never
misdated thing.
investigated that ship that sunk there?
No.
Like,
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Almost died. Never went back.
Not going
there could be
back.
cool shit in there.
There
That's
could.
why I was like, oh, surely they'll
What do you
discover the
mean
shark at
cool
some point.
shit? There was fucking undead beholders that came out of that thing.
Exactly.
Oh,
Leave
that
it at the
shit.
bottom. Oh, you're right.
I mean, Tuli could totally go and investigate. Like, you know, if anything happens to her, we'll definitely be sad. And you know.
Yeah, how are we supposed to investigate it? Who's
Have
casting
to take off that
polymorph?
ring of water walking.
I mean, we have polymorph, right? Callum?
Yeah, I got polymorph.
Yeah, there you go. One of us could go check it out.
I have a ring of water walking. I have a staff of the magi. I'm sure it can cast water breathing.
Oh yeah,
You
that's
can do
a
whatever you
spell.
want it to do.
This baby does everything.
But Rafal's going to, along with Tuli, spend some money and get like his armor fully cleaned and polished and looking pretty. He's gonna get himself cleaned and polished and looking pretty and smelling good and doing all of those things and getting ready for the next day. He's gonna get his cape all touched up and looking good and smelling good and billowing properly. Everything.
Dope.
I don't know how much that's going to cost me, but
$2 million.
Since you're not getting anything like made, just more or less either patched up or cleaned out, I'd say no more than like 5 gold.
I mean, the perfume is going to be expensive.
We'll up it to 15 gold for the scents.
I mean, well, yeah. Because then there's also spa day and everything like that, you know. Gotta
Exactly.
spend that, you know, that noble
Gotta
money.
treat yourself.
That's right.
So in the middle of this outfit changing montage, is there anything that Zara and Callum would like to do on their day of downtime before the Arboretum's opening?
Is Callum
Well,
going
once
to go
Callum
to...
actually
No, you go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. Well, since Callum, built a significant portion of the Arboretum, he kind of figures he has to go to the opening. But he's, slightly on the exhausted side, and his shop's kind of destroyed. So he's mainly going to rest and just try to mend as much as he can before he has to head over there.
All right. And it's not until tomorrow in game, so this whole day is effectively just downtime.
Yeah, he's basically going to primarily try to start working on the shop and
Clean things up.
and seeing, if there's anything he can do to help Zara out.
Roll me either an athletics or arcana check.
I know which one of those I
Shop
want to roll.
repairs. I guess it depends on how he's trying to clean the shop up.
Like I said, he's really tired.
I think it's a good progress, though. It's like you did a lot of the quick things yesterday, leaving yourself a lot of the more time-consuming tasks to take care of today, like repairing the foundation to the building, rebuilding some of the support beams, the more laborious tasks. Like you're going to be breaking a bit of a sweat today. And that's not the first thing you want to be thinking about as soon as you wake up in the morning.
As he gets into doing all that, he turns to Zara and says,
Remind me never to teleport a giant into my shop again.
I'll try to remember when you run into that exact same thing. I'm planning on running out and getting some potions. Do you need anything?
No, but what sort of potions do you need? I have a selection.
Right, I forgot you sell those things. Just healing potions, well, I have a couple of antitoxins. Anything useful? Because more than likely we're going to get ambushed at that part, the opening.
You're right. Check the pile over there.
Roll me an investigation check, Zara.
Do I need to? I'm really asking, because, I feel like I'm going to roll like shit. Yes, Azzles. The thunderstorm was scary. 18!
Luckily for you, Callum's already done a decent amount of work up front in sorting what was left, and so the potions that he has gathered, that he points you towards the small pile of, kind of vary in sort of what they do, but it seems as though he was sorting out what potions are still usable, like based on the containers that they're in. You can make out a couple different vials and the labels that they have on them. You can see a filter of love, a potion of clairvoyance, a potion of fire giant strength, a few potions of common healing, a few greater healing potions, one superior healing potion, one potion of heroism, and one potion of gaseous form.
All right, Amanda's home. Tell her to get in here. No, I'm kidding.
She'll take all the healing potions, asking Callum if it's... I know, the prices of houses are too high, Zazzles.
Don't I know it?
And the gaseous form, just kind of checking in, like, can I take this? Can I take this? If it's not going to get used, then she'll,
I'll return it.
she'll return it, yeah.
You're free to buy any of them you want, because if we don't pay for them, then, well, basically I have to pay for them to the shop.
Oh, right.
so-
How much would that be? All of it together?
I have to do my taxes.
Oh, yeah.
It's more like
Filter of
I'm
love.
still paying off the shop to the the franchise. So
Well, can I return it if I don't use it, you know?
absolutely.
All right. Well, how much is that all going to be? 'Cause I
Let's
don't
see.
want to
He
do
pulls out
that.
his arcane abacus.
What was a superior? Fuck. Oh. Please tell me that Rafal actually says that, because that'd be great.
He might. I mean, he's not wrong. They literally are. She's good at kind of setting people up.
Don't I know that?
This is a little bit up her alley. I'm just saying.
1,000? Okay, yeah, she'll
For
pay
the
that.
healing
That's.
potions alone, I'm adding up the other ones now.
Oh, fuck. Okay, just the gaseous form.
Just the gaseous form.
Wait, what other ones are there again?
There's the filter of love, potion of clairvoyance, potion of fire giant strength, potion of gaseous form, and a potion of heroism.
Power!
I think just gaseous form.
All right, the gaseous form is another 500 gold.
Yeah, no, that's fine. She'll pay that.
All right.
So, oh god, that's a lot of math that I have to do that I don't want to do. I'm bad at math. Okay.
But I want to go back to something someone said earlier. We all got 1,000 platinum pieces.
Yeah, your girlfriend gave them to all of us.
Kind of regretting it, but you know.
Let me just add that in.
Yes, you should add 10,000 gold to your inventory.
And
If that changes what Callum wants to do during downtime, just let me know.
and I guess afterwards Zara is, this is going to sound weird, but she's going to go up to Callum and ask if she wants to go by the Phoenix Feather Inn, because she has to return the key that she has.
Oh god, it's real. She's turning in her keys.
And her security deposit back.
No, she definitely destroyed way too many things.
No, she's getting that security deposit because it's stupid.
Actually, she never made a security deposit.
I just
But she
kind of
could- She
chose
could deceive you.
Technically, she never actually moved in.
No one really invited her. They just kind of
She just
stuck
kind
around.
of showed up.
I mean, did anybody technically move in?
Not really.
She still owes first month's rent.
And the
You're not
next
getting that
one,
back.
and the next one, and the next.
Oh yay!
You've given Callum the gift of financial freedom.
Yay!
That's a pretty big gift.
Yeah,
But,
I still owe
Callum-
1,600 gold pieces for
So
my.
now all the repairs for the shop are just coming out of his pocket.
Oof.
They were coming out of my pocket anyway.
True.
But Callum want to join me at the Phoenix Feather Inn. I just gotta turn in the key. I remembered I kind
of
of stormed
course.
off Leah. So
Yes, of course I'll go.
I'm just not going to step foot in there if she's in there because I don't know what I'm going to do.
Fight.
Well, I can go in there and return the key for you, or
No, I'll do it myself.
I could simply make you invisible.
No, might as well just get this over with. You know what? If she's there, then who cares?
Alright, well, let us make our way.
All right, and they'll make their way down.
So who would like to be at the Phoenix Feather Inn as Zara and Callum make their way back to it?
In like the late afternoon.
Sure.
I assume that Rafal and Thule would already be gone.
Yeah, I think we'd be gone. I think we'd be out and about.
Okay. So Agrimar, you're at the Phoenix Feather Inn. Whenever there's a jangle of the front doors opening, the bell chimes. Does he see a lone figure or a pair walk in?
I thought Callum and Zara came together.
Yeah. Or are they both going
I offer to
inside?
turn you invisible.
No, nah, she's going to be visible.
Kobe.
I ain't no bitch.
So they both walk through the door with the Phoenix Feather in. You see Agramar's inside. He's not too far away from Bjorpir, who's set up shop inside of the main just tavern floor. You can see he's just got spools upon spools of all sorts of very expensive looking cloth. He looks to be in the middle of sewing together 5 to 7 different pieces of what looks to be a very elaborate dress of some kind. Hard to say for sure, but he keeps going back to Agramar and taking measurements and then making adjustments and marking his felt with the cloth or with a chalk, and then going back to Agramar, having him flex as hard as he can, and then taking more measurements, and then going back to the strips of cloth, and back and forth and back and forth. There's a couple of patrons in here that have started to drink their afternoon beverages, and you can see Bickerstaff taking the occasional curious glimpse at Agramar and this shopkeep who are tailoring in the middle of his bar floor.
And Zara is disguised because she had to walk outside.
So you don't see Zara walk in with Callum. You see
Some other floozy.
someone else.
Who dat?
Stick.
I have never seen
Because-
Callum walk with anybody other than Zara.
Who dat?
I'm trying.
Who
Hold
dat?
on. But she'll walk up to Agramar, extend her hand. I'm Agramar. No, sorry.
I'm Agramar. Nice to meet you,
I am
Agramar.
Agramar.
Fuck.
Pleasure to meet you.
I'm
Another one.
Callum's-
Very rare.
We got him.
I'm Callum's new
Wink.
assistant. I'm Callum's new assistant.
I didn't know that he had an assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm
Mm-hmm.
Agramar, and you are?
I always need
Trisha.
someone to watch the shop. And yes, I've just hired Trisha to help out.
What? Okay. Well, that's great news, Callum. Well, I guess you have been away from your shop a little bit, right?
Yes, we seem to continue to go on treks that take me away, and well, my last assistant had to leave.
Mm-hmm. Because someone decided to, well, use a knife and plunge it into someone's back, so.
That sounds
so we're-
painful.
Callum, you're discussing personal matters with the staff? That doesn't seem very right.
Well,
She had a right to know what happened to the last assistant.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, Trisha is totally trustworthy.
Totally.
Totally.
Agramar just can Zara give me a deception check, please? Just because I want to see how much he knows what's going on.
I mean, she's not trying to be deceptive completely.
She's just like, this is my new identity. Deal with it.
Yeah. Don't roll high. 18.
Roll it with advantage because Callum is assisting you with this.
Can I not?
Yeah, you can choose not to.
I'd rather not.
I don't think it would help you anyway.
Yeah. Oh, really?
29.
Oh, fuck. I want to roll it then. No, I'm kidding.
I got a natural 20.
Oh,
Man.
well. No, I'm not. Yeah, we're.
Agramar just warmly smiles at Trish.
You catch the occasional micro expression that you recognize as being Zara's, like the way that she moves her eyebrows as she speaks some of the words.
That
It's very
nervous
telling
tick
for you.
that she says when she talks about daggers and a specific somebody.
Yo, I know what you could do to see if it's Zara or not.
Light
What's
a
up, Shorty?
fire.
What's up, Shorty?
Yeah, I was about to say. Anyway,
Unbeknownst to
here.
most people, Akmar's taking the high road.
Give her the Elric test. See if she passes.
Hey, Shrimp.
Anyway, I'm here to deliver a key. We won't be needing it anymore.
Right. Any particular reason you don't want to hold on to it?
Well, I feel like no one really trusts us to hold that key, specifically me, after all. I mean, you trust more people over me, so why should I keep holding the key?
I gave you that key for a reason.
Well, I just don't think that you trust me anymore, or at least take my words anymore. I mean, I'm a new hire, so I thought it would be prudent to turn it in. If you want, we can go discuss this in the back where no one can hear.
Oh, yes, please. I think Cal and I have some business to discuss anyway.
Of course, yes.
To the armory. I'll be back.
Make it quick. We still need to get those thighs measured. Every time it's
Was his card out front?
It's inside the
It's
bar.
inside, and he's like
Oh, it's inside the bar.
occupied parts
Yeah.
of the wall. with
Hallam
his
takes
shop.
out a key, and then as he's walking by, just starts keying it.
Starts scratching up the side of his car.
Once we get out of earshot, Callum does start saying,
And so who's that?
You
Once
know
they're in the
exactly
armory.
who he is, Callum. That is Vior Pure. He is my personal purveyor of materials. Nothing more than that.
Right, that bitch.
I'm
Zara
sensing
takes
a
off the
lot
disguise.
of pent-up aggression with this group. Should I be worried?
No, I mean, if you choose to do business with them, that's fine. No skin off my teeth.
Callum, I do business with you as well.
Anyway, Trish wanted to talk to you, so yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, as soon as they're in the armory, Zara takes off the disguise. Anyway, I'm giving you the key. I don't think I'll be back here. Maybe for meetings, but I'm not going to be staying here anymore. Besides, you might want to give it to your honey, right?
No, she doesn't need it.
Right. She'll probably just, steal it off of you, kill you for it, throw you in jail for it. Oh, but I forgot, she fucked you lot. No, that's too mean. That's really mean. No, not going to say that.
Honestly, none of your words are gonna hurt me right now. But all of your anger and all of the viciousness that you have towards Tuli is fully warranted, and I understand completely.
Do you really? Are you sure?
You do know who you're talking to, right?
You
I
know
have
who you're
killed people for
Dude,
less.
we're not
and
entirely
I
sure.
understand.
You're like a third version of you that I've met.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. But deep down inside, it's still me. I think I've told you this before, Zara. I killed my own father for what he did to my mother. So, I get it. Terrible people get what's coming to them.
Does she, though? Does she really? Because the first time she did it, you all just held out your arms, you hugged her, you said, "Oh, you're overreacting, Zara." Then now she does this. I have to disguise myself again. I know that I do horrible things. I just want someone to help me out, back me up. And she decides to turn me into, what, be a friend to me and to apologize? And then she's still here. From what I understand, no one has told her off. No one has, I don't know, made some sort of punishment or consequence. No, she gets off scot-free.
And how many times have you gotten off scot-free for what you've done?
Not a lot.
How many times have I gotten off scot-free for what I've done?
Yeah, Rafal had a huge argument with you. Didn't trust you for days afterwards.
And?
Yeah, there was some sort of consequence, but here, Thule gets to romp off. Where is she, by the way? I don't see her.
She's with Rafal.
Oh, what do you know? Where are they? A spa day, eating cakes, being fast friends?
They can do whatever they want to do.
They're having
Just
a
like
spa
you
day,
can do
aren't they?
whatever you want to do.
No, that's fair. You know what? That's whatever. I'm turning in the stupid key. I'm going to help you guys out. I'll be at the Arboretum because this is a trap, okay? So just look out for me because it's going to be a trap. Who knows? Maybe.
I'm sorry, are
Thule's doing
you
this.
threatening or are you anticipating a threat?
There's going to be a threat at the Arboretum. I'm not
You didn't answer my
threatening you.
question.
Yes, there's going to be a threat. I'm not threatening you, Agrimar. There's going to be a threat. We all know it. Something big is going to happen at the Arboretum. We just don't know from who.
Oh, personally, I expect the Requisitors.
Mm.
They already tried
Well,
to capture us there once.
Do you all have some kind of plan or things in place that you are going to accomplish separate from Rafal, Thule, and myself?
What are your plans? for
Specifically regarding the Arboretum. Or are you still intending to work with Thule even though you want to kill her?
I'm going to help out Rafal and you because I don't know what sort of spell she has over you, but I still have some smidgen of respect for you. So I'm going to help out
She doesn't have any
you and
spell
Rafal.
over me. She doesn't. You know, as far as I have, as long as we've known each other, nothing has taken a hold over me.
Right. But I'm going to try to help you and Rafal. Whatever Thule has help with, well, who cares? You're going to help her out, so she's going to have her wishes granted. But I'm still going to help Rafal with helping out Misthaven.
Why?
I'm in too deep at this point. I owe him a lot.
You don't owe him anything.
I do.
What?
He
What do
helped me
you owe him?
He helped me out with Verradar. He helped me out with the Fofurites. At this point, I just want to see this come to a conclusion. Him up on the throne, so that way Misthaven can stop being a problem.
Just so you know, that's never going to happen.
I know, it's not. Just at least with these series of unfortunate events, at least I can put a stamp on it and then just walk away from it.
Well, what I mean is, I don't think Rafal's goal is that, which means that you would never be out of Thule's presence because they're always going to be around. So, you've done more than enough. You've saved our life many a times. If you want to go, go. You don't have some checks and balances, some account that you have to keep, no bookkeeping. Like, I promised you I was going to help you kill Verradar, and we did. I don't want to see you leave, but you're not happy. You need to be happy.
I just don't want to be rushed off by Thule. I don't want to leave because of her. So I'm going to stay until Rafal is done, and then I'm gone. And you'll
That's what
never
I'm saying.
hear from me.
Rafal's
again.
not going to be done.
Well, then with the Arboretum, with the stupid whatever they're called, what are they? The liches? The liches, because because I can't walk away from this at all right now because of what's going on. So, if anything, it's a selfish desire. It's sort of selfless, maybe. I don't know, but I just want to see Rafal happy, and then I'm out. Okay? Do you want me to leave? Is that why you're so strong about this?
No. I don't want my family to leave. I don't like my family fighting. But at the end of the day, sometimes people just can't get along. And you have to separate and distance, and if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do.
You're worried about me killing your girlfriend. I'm way past that. I wish her a long and happy life. But until whenever the gods decide that to owe me one, she's going to be here, and I wish her nothing but the best.
But I'm not worried about you killing her. What I'm worried about is if animosity continues and chain of events will happen, I don't want to see everyone implode. That's all. I'm not saying that you have to make nice or anything. I just don't want to see the worst case scenario happen.
And what is the worst case scenario?
If tempers get too heated and anybody attacks anybody, then that puts Rafal in the middle. And he's going to have to make decisions, which means I'm going to have to make decisions. And there's going to be a lot of bloodshed, and I don't want anybody hurt.
I promise you this, Akramar. I'm not under my current condition right now. I'm not going to raise a fist against Tuli, because I know that you'll take her side, and I might, I don't know, end up in hell at the bottom of the ocean, 1,000 feet away. So I'm not going to.
You know that you were here first, right? I have your back just as much as Tuli's. I've always been there for you. I've always supported you. I never once judged a single thing you did. All I'm asking is that we try to take the high road. That's all.
To be fair, Akramar, she did once. And it
Yeah.
got her right back here.
Well, yeah.
Twice.
And continuing to go into Noble's estates and trying to get information and putting Rafal in a terrible situation as things that keep happening too. But we don't bring that up because we understand that you're trying to do something right. And she tried to do something right, but she failed miserably.
She tried to do something right. She had me thrown in. She had evidence against me. She pointed them in the direction of me. Because she wanted to make up for it. She wanted to... What was her plan? How long did you know about this, by the way? Because obviously she had to have told you. Or maybe she didn't.
I found out about 7 hours ago.
Would you have done anything about it? Would you have told me?
I told her she was a complete fucking idiot. That was a terrible idea, and if she wanted to do it a different way, she should have. But she doesn't come to me for those things. She keeps it to herself.
And she uses people in order to accomplish her goals. She'll use you eventually. She keeps using me.
So does Rafal. Do you think he's
Does
any better?
Does Rafal use my deepest fears in order to accomplish his goals? Does he point the authorities in my direction? Does he use any of your past in order to manipulate you? He doesn't. You know what? Whatever. Whatever you guys are planning, I'm on your side. So if you have any plans for the Arboretum, I'm in full support. Just do not leave me alone with Tuli, okay? So if you're going to have any meeting, I'd love to be invited. Just know I won't talk to Thule. I don't want to be partnered with Thule. I don't want to be around Thule because I know what I'm going to do. And frankly, I don't want that to happen. Because any smidgen of family that I have with you guys would just be eradicated if I'm left alone with Thule, okay? So just tell us if you're going to have a meeting about what you're going to do with the Arboretum. All right?
I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Great. I'm done. All right.
Callum starts steering Trish out.
Zara tips her hat and turns into Trish.
They make their way out from the room. It's not too long after they exit that Agrimar's just got a few moments left alone to collect his thoughts. When a shadow fills the frame of the door, and you can see your peers there with his measuring tape, looking a little bit impatient. It's like, if you're going to want it done before tomorrow, then I'm going to need you to pay a bit more attention.
Terribly sorry, Viopia. Let's continue where we left off.
Some people just don't understand deadlines.
I understand completely.
And then he just starts kind of sharing over a few design changes that he's had, like perhaps using this material and this pattern instead of those ones, and a little bit more back and forth. Agrimar, is there anything else you would like to do with your day of downtime?
Yeah, something a little less stressful would be great. Yeah, after I am fitted and measured for this suit, I am going to send a sending spell to my good friend and buddy from a long, long time ago, Atriox, Herald of the Great Worm, Keeper of Portals, the Opener of Ways, and Lord of Dragons. The message will be
Crash!
Atriox, I need you to meet me at your earliest convenience at the Phoenix Feather Inn. We have a lot to discuss.
On the material plane.
Oh, he knows exactly where I'm at.
A few moments go by. You're left alone back in the rear of this kitchen after having the majority of the day just spent, like, your arms are a little bit sore from having to hold them up in that T-pose for so long. You start kind of massaging your own biceps when there's a little bit of movement inside of the room. The locked door that you just spent several hours fixing another key for this particular lock that was then just got the key handed right back into your possession.
Ain't that a bit?
You were watching as the inner working mechanics of this arcane lock that you specifically crafted start flowing as if with a mind of their own. You can hear gear work start clicking and clattering. Tumblers start falling into place with audible pinching sounds as the metallic clockwork mechanisms inside start springing to life as 1, 2, 3, 4 different locks on the inside all disengage, clicking open. The deadbolt on the door slips its way open. The door itself starts to glow with this sort of silvery radiance as the knob of that back armory door starts to twist and turn itself, and the last keyhole under that door handle just starts to glow before it starts twisting in its own place, making a full 360-degree rotation as the door just starts to push open. As this blinding light washes out, a large 9-foot-tall figure crouches his head as he steps through this open doorway, as the door to the armory closes behind Atriox, slamming shut as once again all of the locks to the door re-engage. As the Herald of the Great Worm, the Keeper of Portals, the Opener of the Ways, and Lord of Dragons steps through the threshold. He takes a deep bow in front of Agrimar and says, "I heard that you were in dire need of assistance as rapidly as possible."
I'm actually not sure if that message would have got out, but Agrimar would have stepped out to send it and then come back in. Yes, Atriox, it is relatively dire.
I assume this is about the book, then.
It ties to the book, Atriox, but there's something at play here in the city of Misthaven that could be a danger to the crest.
I think I told you my position before, and how your mundane squabbles about your material plane are of little importance to us.
Unfortunately, Atriox, this is not...
Perhaps you should consult with a friend if you have troubles of the heart or other such emotional feelings that you are troubling yourself with.
Atto Rock. Do you know them?
Let me roll to see. Is that some sort of a disease?
It's a mind flayer lich that we faced in the bottom of this city. They have come from a different plane of existence. This is now a multi-planar combat and threat. This isn't just the material plane. This is an ancient and old foe, and we need to be ready.
When did you engage these mind flayers?
Yesterday?
What
it was yesterday, right?
Time?
17 hours ago.
How many of them were there?
There were 4 bodies, and they sent off 6 or 8 phylacteries to unknown locations.
And how did the canopic being lead you to these mind flayers?
The canopic being was eliminated, and their power was absorbed by one of our colleagues who led us to these liches.
Show me to this colleague of yours. I am very curious to see how this power works.
I don't think we can scry out of the inn, Ryan, can we?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking Atriox. Can we scry? She was taken into the void. I do not know where she is.
I'm going to need a little more than that. What void?
Agrimar
Where
will
was
describe.
she taken?
Agrimar
Why
will
was
describe
she
as best he
taken?
knows. She wasn't taken. She left in fear. But this item protected her from the all-consuming darkness. She could be anywhere. She could be on the astral plane. She could be in the Shadowfell. I have no idea.
Then it seems that perhaps some greater troubles have befallen your material plane. Tell me, friend Agrimar,
Are you familiar with the concept of world trees? The ideology of some primitive beings that all of our worlds are represented by a great tree. Many of the different aspects like different branches to this tree, each unique in their own way, but all together working to give this grand thing life.
I understand the concept, yes.
Well, it's not too entirely far off from the actual truth, you see. Except instead of one world tree representing this world, think of it as many world trees about in a forest for the many worlds which exist. And sometimes the roots and branches of these trees knot together and intertwine. And much like trees in an actual forest, sometimes they are riddled with parasites that can hop from branch to branch, flowing from root to root, corrupting from the inside out. This void that you are speaking of is one such parasite. This absence of life that seeks to absorb all that is. There is no stopping such a void. You will take me to this void that your friend was swallowed by. I want to know of this fear that she suffered from upon seeing it. I wish to know why she dove in.
I think she was trying to stop a terrible fate. I can't open the way to the particular room where it resides, but I can describe it to you. Can you open the way?
It is what I am known for.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah. I'm gonna go like 2 rooms back, just to see how far the void is has expanded into the particular room. Agamar will give the elevator before the ziggurat where the void was.
So you're leading them down into the sewers where you guys found the elevator?
The bottom floor where we slept, and then the hallucinatory terrain was dispelled down there.
First, you got to get to the sewers.
So, I thought he was just going to portal us there.
Well, he's never been there before.
Right. On foot, then. No
matter how well you describe a door, it's not the same as seeing it.
Let me... Do spells affect being able to see a location?
How do you mean? Like an invisibility?
Like an image. If I showed you an image of the location, would that help in teleportation? Or we can just walk there. I mean, it'll take a couple of hours.
I need to know precisely the location that I am seeking.
In that case, let me get my
armor. Are you familiar with what happens if you try to dimension door into a wall? You will do so successfully.
I am not adept at teleportation, but I am
Says
adept
the dude
at
that teleports us all the time.
I go 2 places. I got two addresses in my Rolodex. Agamar will get his armor, don it, and proceed quietly through the trapdoor in his old room in the armory, locking everything behind him. And
don't forget the cinnamon sticks.
Fuck the cinnamon sticks. I got Atriox with me.
I would.
No,
like
I'm gonna take some cinnamon sticks with me.
I would like to see. I would like to see Atriox just one-shotting Atiogs as he goes.
Oh, that'd be.
I have a walking like Gatling gun here. I I'm gonna lock up the inn as best I can, and I will walk Atriox to the encroaching void. He seems like he knows more about this void than I do, and
As you
we
start
need to
spending
know
the
what we're
next
working with.
few hours descending into the depths of the sewers to return to the place that was once the mines of these Duragar, you don't hear the mechanical tinkerings of their picks echoing in the hallways as you get closer and closer. All the while, Atriox is just shouting question after question, getting as many specifics, no matter how completely trivial they might be, wanting to know the weather that was in the sky on the day that everything was happening. How heavy was the cloud fall that morning? Whether there was a breeze blowing from the east or from the west. Like very specific details that he keeps asking about that you don't see how they could possibly have anything to do with it.
Agamar doesn't see the grander scale of what he's asking, but
Many of
if
his questions seem nonsensical or downright just crazy to you.
they seem downright crazy, but he knows that Guardians have worked in specific ways, and his is knowing, essentially the Heimdall, right? He sees all, knows all. He's going to give as much information as he can, as accurately as he can, regarding every question he has.
This guy's kind of more like a sorcerer supreme.
Yeah. And Agamar now getting to the scale of, controlling weather patterns, knows that it's important to pay attention to those things. So he is relaying as best information as he can. He can't relay anything as far as above surface when he's below ground, but he will do the best he can.
And tell me, where is the closest dragon located?
Do we know what they did with the dead one?
Where does the nearest beast make its lair?
We had a lair below what we called the Overgrown Zone. It's the western part of the city, but that one has been taken care of.
You will introduce me to this dragon.
It's dead. I don't know where the nearest living dragon is.
That could be problematic for you. You should know dragons are always known as the great guardians over many of these realms throughout these world trees. Seen as grand protectors, gifted with a large majority of the landscapes to do with as they see fit, lording over their treasure and wealth as however they please. And in return, they vowed to protect the people that reside here in case one such parasite were to make its way to another.
Understood. Agamar makes a mental note for trying to find a fucking dragon.
Wait, there is a little live dragon nearby. There's the blue dragon that's nearby.
Wait, there's a blue dragon?
Yeah, that's just upriver. We saw
In
we
the
fucking
desert.
almost
Yeah,
got eaten
lightning
by
by
it
him.
because of Zara's big mouth. By the way,
Yeah. I was missing both of those sessions with the blue dragon, so that's
Oh,
why it's not
that's
coming
No,
to
right.
you were
memory.
not. You chose to get lightning breathed by the dragon instead of taking cover like the rest of the
Of course,
party
of
did.
course, that's something I
very,
would do.
very Agramar. Yeah, no,
he will-
there
he will-
is a live dragon nearby.
Yeah. Apologies, Atriox. I seem to have been addled in my brain for what? Just a moment. There is.
There
close
they
to
are.
The unending blue dragon.
God, we should go talk to that guy.
Just north of us into the desert. He was guarding an aboleth. He's alive and
Probably knows.
So he
that.
remains ever vigilant in his protection of this realm.
I will make sure to, after we see the void, to reach out to him. And reach out to them. And make sure that they know what shit is going down under their protection.
That is sure to hasten the odds of your survival. Did you not know dragons are incredibly powerful?
They are incredibly powerful. So much so that the pure scope of their power has almost lapsed my brain because of it.
I see. Speaking of lapses in your brain, what did you intend to do with Asian on your return?
I have not decided yet, Atriox.
Because when you do choose to return to your duties as a guardian, your past will remain waiting for you.
And I will handle it when the time comes. I just haven't decided what I'm going to do yet.
Understood, then. Tomorrow's problems for tomorrow.
Let's keep the void from spreading if we can.
Spreading?
It is
It
spreading.
consumes. It's sentient,
Yes,
it
bye-bye.
seems.
As you start leading him through the Durgar camp, most of these mines seem to be mostly left entirely abandoned. Tools have been left in their place. Some of the scaffolding still remains in these tunnels. Supplies, crates, and all sorts of carts have been left. Like, you are walking through a few hundred feet of these tunnels that have been carved out before you come across the space where that platform descended down hundreds of feet. As you stare into that void that you guys never sent the elevator up from, looking down into this gaping pit inside of this large underground chamber. This roughly 20 foot by 20 foot radius pit that just looks to drop down forever into darkness.
Does Agrimar recall how long that particular elevator was between floors?
Very long.
Yeah.
Isn't it like 100 or
It's
something
super
feet?
deep. Yeah. That's
Like
way.
you were going down an uncomfortable distance.
It's the furthest down we've like ever been.
Yeah, just mechanically. Just say
Please don't
someone
just
were to
jump.
fall.
Maybe
300
he can.
feet down
One
a
way to
volcano.
find out.
Maybe he can fly
Why?
you. Maybe he can fly you down there.
That's why I was asking, because I want to see if Atriox if he has an ability to get down there. or
Yeah,
not.
let him know. There's the door.
Down to that hole is the elevator to the entryway of the void chamber.
I see. Well, get your rope.
I have a better idea. Hold on, Atriox. Agrimar shifts his shoulders and wings sprout from his bag.
Wait, what?
What?
I'm a fucking angel, y'all. I sprout my wings, I grab Atriox, and I fly down the damn elevator.
You have a fly
That's cool as
speed now?
hell.
Eat what?
I don't get that till level 20. What the fuck?
What? How?
Agrimar, do you have any light sources active on your person?
Oh, he doesn't have
What in the home,
vision, right? Is he a dragonborn?
bullshit?
I'm asking you.
Can
you see down here?
I can see
Any more than 60 feet?
Yeah, I think as he jumps in with Atriox, he pulls off in his offhand Ferrous Innocence and activates the light.
You're holding this giant dragonborn with one arm and a big old hammer in the other as you're flying down.
It's a one-handed mace.
He's not
And
a
to-
one-handed dragonborn, though.
I mean, to be
I told him
fair,
to hold on to me.
Agrimar and Atriox are the same size.
Exactly.
Are you telling me neither of you can cast light?
No, I haven't needed it since like 6th level.
What about daylight?
Yeah, let me burn it.
Wait,
Can you
can't
cast
Agrimar
daylight
just
on yourself?
Can
Because you
I
are
can see in the
flying into a shadow looking for an expanding void.
That's
why I'm
true,
asking.
That's true.
You're
I
looking
got
for
both
pitch
sides.
blackness in a dark tunnel.
just curious, can Agrimar ask Atrax to hold the mace that's lighting everything, or does Agrimar need to
No,
hold the
I
mace?
have to hold it.
Because it's an
Oh.
attunement item, right?
Yeah, it's an attunement. Yeah,
Oh.
exactly.
Can't you just tuck it into your belt?
No, it doesn't. I mean, I can do. Ryan's wanting me to do two hands, which means I gotta
pull a
cast it
Zorro.
out.
Hold it in your mouth.
I was just about to say, hold the handle in your mouth.
Oh,
That
that's
sounds
a
like a
good
really
plan.
cool idea. I like that. Ryan, if you'll allow that, I'll stop talking and just I'll wrap my big ass tongue around that handle and go
Yeah.
down on it.
Yeah. Whoa, wow. Lots of phrasing there.
I know. I really want to say something,
Wow.
but
I mean,
I don't want to.
just the
Agrimar's
phrasing.
offered.
As the two of you go down into this bottomless pit with a hammer in your teeth and a giant ass dragonborn in your talons,
Yeah,
You
just a
guys
couple
start
of
going
boys
down.
going down the pit.
you go down a few hundred feet before there's that platform where you guys fought the mechanical Behir, that lightning construct. And then the pit continues to go deeper and much, much, much deeper still. Go ahead and roll me, I'm going to say a perception check.
All right, I can do that. It would help if I rolled 2d20s, not a d8. A fucking other thing. Let's see here. Perceptione +4. 17.
As you are flying downwards deeper and deeper, you do come across a very abrupt ending as you start to see the fading, glowing kind of teal colorings about the runes of that elevator where you guys left some of the soul stones, and you see that faded air giant glyph in the middle of the platform. As the room opens up around you, the illusion remains dispelled where this was once a very claustrophobic hallway. Now this open, abandoned, overgrown temple appears in this space. Agrimar, with that perception check, you also realize that to the north of this chamber, where there was just, I think it was about 30 to 35 statued figures,
Oh, yeah.
there remain about 10 now.
Oh.
And where that steeped ziggurat was is just this pitch black sphere of darkness that your light
Fucking
does
hell.
not seem to penetrate beyond.
Well, Atrax, there we go. And some of the fucking statues are moving too. I don't know if those are being used as bodies for the flatteries or what. There's the void.
Well, I'll check this out. Why don't you go check them out?
As
Agrimar will
Atriax
go.
steps towards the void.
Oh.
All right, Agrimar, what you looking for?
He's gonna look for scrapes, boot marks to see if they were moving in a particular direction.
All right. Roll me, I want to say an investigation check. Open to arguments for something else.
Investigation is probably the closest thing to that. Not too shabby. 17 investigation.
Pretty good. All right. Let me see how to do this.
I blame Amanda for all of our troubles, just by the way, for the record.
No, that's valid.
She activated the fucking void. She brought the liches. It's all her fault.
It's all her fault. She abandoned us,
She abandoned us.
multiple
She has a
times.
get out of jail free card.
She has multiple times she has abandoned us.
How many of her cat lives has she used yet?
Agrimar, you start going through the remains of these statues, looking for signs of where they might have escaped to. And you start coming across more piles of rubble amongst the remaining statues than you recall. It looks as though some of the statues that were here that you recall previously, in their stead is just a pile of rubble now. Many of these statues appear to be broken down or destroyed. Looking through some of the remnants, you recognize some of the bits and pieces. Like the goggles on top of that guy's head remind you of somebody that you guys traveled with a while back. The sort of leather armor adorning that guy kind of reminds you of that one fight with such and such. And as you start going through the remaining figures about these entities, putting some of the puzzle-like pieces of statues back together, you make out different likenesses of people that you've encountered. All of these statues shattered apart.
So every statue that looks like a person that we have personally killed is part. Oh my god!
Broken into rubble.
And how many are left? You said there was
about 10.
What do they look like, Agrimar? What do they look like?
Agrimar will take note of what they look like.
All right.
If one of them's Rafal, oh god.
Well, one of them seems to have more of an elvish appearance, but there is a bit of a resemblance to Rafal of one of the figures standing nearby him. The long, flowy, elven-haired individual stands beside another statue that bears the likeness of Rafal, but with bigger armor and a larger sword. Like the last time you saw Rafalganger.
Yep. Rafalganger. Okay.
One of the other entities has the likeness of Queen Leosa. One of the others looks like another Annabelle. And one of the others...
Well, goddamn it, Lucas, you just got us all the answers I was looking for. Holy fucking shit. Good job, bro.
She's a fucking construct.
What the fuck is going on?
I ask that every single week. We can't solve mysteries because we keep finding more mysteries.
Well, no, this is some answers.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit. Who are the rest of them? Tell us! You tell us now, you bastard!
I don't like the whole another
Wait,
Annabelle.
so there was 35
laying around.
statues, and now there's only 10?
Yeah, we've been killing motherfuckers this whole campaign!
Oh yeah, true.
Hey.
All the pawns in the board are being taken out. I think Ryan's making me a hand up.
I'm calling.
Find an image for him. I blanked on the name of the creature, so I didn't know what to search for him. I rolled 20.
The creature.
So I've got Queen Iliosa, Rafalganger, and Annabelle. Correct? Those are the three that I recognize right off the bat.
Yes. Another one looks like...
You said one has goggles on his head. Didn't Preston Brentwood have
Preston
goggles?
Brentwood.
That's what he was referencing, yeah. Because that was one of the ones that's been shattered.
Hey.
Agrimar, one of the figures looks like that.
What the fuck?
What? Oh.
What is it?
This is bullshit.
Oh,
Six.
Shit. Oh.
6 of the figures look more illithid than lich.
No.
Like, their skin looks to be intact. And they don't really bear any sort of differing features among them. Like the number of tentacles might be different,
That's significant.
but they all look
Write it down.
So
relatively
that's
nondescript.
6 illithid and 4 unique guys.
Oh my.
Wait, so what's this third, fourth, like, what's this creature thing?
I'll describe it once I get back to Rafal.
Oh, I hate
Where are all the
you.
pictures?
All the pictures are of dead people or people we've already seen, except for unique number 4.
Is it?
Don't know. So, continue. Oh, God.
Don't worry, it's going to be very shocking to
That's
Rachel.
I want to know what fucking Atriox finds in there, too. Good. Also, good to know that the fucking...
Why would it be
it's-
shocking? I want to know.
That it's not, like, continuing to expand and then it stopped. That's good to know.
Temporarily.
It's probably to stop us from going back in there.
I mean, I was worried about it continuing to go.
I mean, it's bigger now than when you guys left it.
But it consumed the whole ziggurat.
The whole ziggurat now.
Atriox, have you found anything?
How quickly did you piece those puzzles together? My goodness.
An hour, maybe?
No, Atriox looks to have tried his best to walk the full circumference of this void sphere. All the while that he's walking around it, you can see him tracing out runes in the air around it. And as he's doing so, he finishes carving one rune into the air, and the talon-like claw at the tip of his finger just seems to trace out, and as it moves from the tip of one rune and begins the next, this silvery chain connects one rune to the next, where he begins tracing out the same sort of protective symbol. Very similar to what Phelan did for the inn. He seems to be doing his best to form some sort of a barrier, like a wall of force or something, to contain this while it's still walkable.
Is there anything that Agarmar can do, or is he doing that while Agarmar's searching?
That's what he's been doing while you were putting
Okay.
this face with that
assist
body
him.
and that arm with that one. But effectively, as he comes to a completion on this arcane circle forms up around the base of what was this underground ziggurat, and you can see many, many more chains shoot like lines of latitude and longitude, just each one slicing across the sphere in a different direction to connect to another one on the opposite side, as these silvery chains look to bind this sphere of darkness from expanding any further. As Atriox turns back to you, his eyes a bit more dim than you ever recall them being. This sort of inner glow looks to have faded from him somewhat. As he looks back towards you and he says,
This is a darkness that is very, very old indeed. You have a great evil lurking here in your material plane.
That's what I said.
And it has ties to other planes, which makes it even worse.
I would recommend extraction immediately.
Extraction of the
Your
material plane?
resources are better put elsewhere. You can return to me with Tadeganada, and we can never return to this place.
Asshole.
We cannot allow this corruption to spread to other worlds. This is very quickly falling out of hand. While it remains as loosely held in place as it is, we need to stop this.
How much time do you think we have, Atriox?
I can begin to make some sending spells of my own. I can contact a few archmages and I can see what I can do about cutting off all ties to this plane as soon as possible. We will evacuate this place and we will leave them to this fate. We will not allow this corruption to spread further.
Gee, thanks.
If we have time, can we get them out of the plane? Can we get some people out? Can we save anybody?
If you must, you can bring who you wish, but you will be responsible for them. Take only who you could provide for on Daganata.
Can you make it home yourself? I have work to do here.
I can find my way home.
All right, Atrox. Prepare for the inevitable.
I am sorry such a darkness has befallen this world that you chose to fall for. But we will prevent it from spreading to other worlds like it. And perhaps in condemning this plane to its loss, others will spread tale about their brave sacrifice to cull this darkness in its place and prevent its spread further.
Sit on this. Fuck you. Fuck your family.
As he starts tracing sigils out into the air in front of him, as a silver glow starts to fill in like the opening of a doorway, and this bright light appears in the stonework of the wall as he's carving this out, opening a way of some sort and stepping through into this bright light, into what looks to be a very similar sort of scenery to what's just in an open grassy field above, except the grass that is growing appears to be a deep shade of purple, and the sky is a vibrant shade of green as this portal behind him seals shut.
So it looks like the void is temporarily being held at bay.
He's holding it shut, but he doesn't think this world has a chance.
Asshole.
Agrimar just sits down, puts his head in his hands, and just tries to let off some steam, just for the briefest, maybe a minute or two. Composes himself, and then he casts Word of Recall to take him back to the Maker's Temple.
How would you like to finish up your day of downtime?
He's gonna check on he's gonna check on Vale, make sure he's doing his work on his armor, what needs to be done.
You're able to give him a number of pointers, like some of the seam work on his pieces definitely is in need of improvement, but that'll come with time. Like, he just needs to do it more and more until it becomes a habit.
And after occupying his mind with a little bit of busy work, he sets his jaw firm and makes his way back to Phoenix Feather Inn. And he is going to, once he gets back to the inn, he will pull out some parchments and begin jotting down notes, trying to draw images of what he saw and start formulating some form of plan.
All right. Would you like to end the session with Agrimar describing to his party members what the last statue was that he saw? Or we can pick up with that next time.
No, he'll describe it. He will call for Callum and Zara once everyone's done their spa days and everything, and say, I went back down with Atrox while you were all doing what you were doing. The void is expanding. He thinks that it will consume this plane. He put a temporary hold on it. While he discovered that, You all remember those statues when we first went down the elevator that were behind us? Just standing there. All the unique statues we didn't bother to look at.
Kind of. I mean, we had more things to worry about.
It was very dark.
Well, those statues were pawns on a chessboard, as it were. There were 35 of them. There are now only 10 that remain. The Rafafelginger was one of them. Lady Annabelle was intact. One of them was destroyed. There's another Zomeria out there somewhere. There was also 6 Illithids. Slightly different makes, maybe different tentacle counts. But there are 6 that would appear to be living Illithids. Agamar looks at Rafal. I'm sorry, my friend, but the Queen was one of those statues. Another one of their machinations. And the last one we haven't seen yet, is a giant blob-like creature, like a slug with a face. It's outstretched claws, like that of a cat or a feral beast, and imp-like wings, pierced with gold rings, and a mouth full of hundreds of sharp teeth. Almost like a bat that has grown fat off of the souls or off of the blood of many creatures, just overweight and not able to carry themselves. It's nothing like I've seen before.
Oh, that's a demon.
As Agrimar turns over the last parchment of paper that he's scribbled out a drawing upon, he shows the party the last of these figures that he saw, and it's a pretty grotesque sight for most of you. But Thule, you've seen this particular type of monster before when you were researching the Omnizoos inside of one of the great libraries of Misthaven, inside of the restricted section, when you were trying to discover what sort of capabilities Dazan of the Requisitors would have as an Omnizoo.
Fucking mother fucking God, they're all gonna die.
What happened?
Ah, let's just kill them all.
What?
Sorry, you're gonna get your wish earlier than you thought.
Gah.
I don't know how to stop the void. Atriox thinks that it's going to consume everything. We have a terrible threat to the city, but we also have a terrible threat to the world. I plan on doing something to stop it, but I will need help.
I think that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Fuck you, Ryan.
What the fuck?
fuck are
You
we?
guys didn't want to look at the statues before. I'm like, great, they're gone. They're never going back to these statues ever again.
The
Why did I
random
put them
chance that
there?
I took him down there to look at that.
Dude,
shit,
who
and we
gives
found
a
out the
fuck?
queen-
That was like big brained, awesome move. Holy shit. That's, oh my god, we just got so many answers.
Right?
I just want to say that you shouldn't be able to have 35 pawns in chess. That's just cheating.
Everything
both
this
sides of the
lich is doing is cheating.
He's got dupes of himself, of course.
Oh my god. I'm willing to bet one of those statues is a dragon.
No, unless they were disguised. It was 6 illithids.
No, one of the destroyed statues.
Oh, one of the destroyed.
They're
No,
these
it's
guys.
it's the people we've killed so far up there.
So
that
what about
Ryan's
the
thinking.
dragon though? That's what, because the dragon still had the rune, right?
Yep.
But
Yeah.
there wasn't a dragon statue?
Nope.
Unless it was a polymorph.
Oh my god, he was just on the crossfire.
No, he still had the golden lotus
Oh, yeah.
rune on his forehead.
That
It
could have
just-
been any like generic image, right? Because most dragons have the ability to transform themselves, right?
But it
Make
was
themselves appear like
There
a
was
humanoid.
a dragon
There-
statue, but then it disappeared.
You got me there, pal.
It fell into a humanoid form because they didn't want to use that much stone.
How considerate.
Yeah. Okay. So, Dazan, the queen, Zumeria
Still
number
alive. You know,
Zumeria
Rafael
number
alive.
3 and the Raffalganger and a bunch
and
of
6 illithids.
and a bunch of illithids. Okay, all right.
Okay, but wait, isn't
What?
Yes.
oh sorry. You said so there was the statue of the elf and the Raffalganger. Was the elf one destroyed?
The elf one was not destroyed.
Oh.
Wait, so
But
there's
aren't
elf,
they one and the same?
elf.
I thought they were
There's
one and the
elf.
You saw you
There's
saw the blonde elf statue and the Raffalganger statue.
But they're the
and
same person, aren't they?
Iliosa and
And
Annabelle.
And Dazan and 6 illithid.
That's
Okay,
11.
That's 11, not 10.
It is 11. Yeah,
Is it supposed to be 11?
it's 11.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you, Ryan. Thank you.
Yep. We got to clarify.
Yeah,
So,
no, okay.
elf dude.
Wait a minute.
Do we know any other elves?
Oh,
I mean, just
but
the
he
Star
was-
Knight.
Oh, fuck that dude. Oh, Jaeger. You got a golden lotus, asshole?
I mean, either it's that or like that whoever has the staff is.
The wizard, the elf wizard, maybe? But
Mhm.
they're on the run, maybe? What if Nari threw herself into the void to save us all from whatever the Golden Lotus was doing?
What if she saw it and she just noped the fuck out of here?
Well, if she took the pieces with her into the void, it'd be very hard for the Golden Lotus to get her.
Aw, she said
Maybe.
See, look, even when people do terrible things and abandon us in the middle of combat, I try to think highly of them.
Well, she's a vampire, so maybe we should stop doing that.
Nope.
She's like genuinely a good person.
Yeah, she just
Minari.
happens to be a vampire.
Just like you happen to be
Yeah.
dating a construct.
I mean, she's only just sided
Oh.
with evil entities at every turn. It's just like at some point we
Yeah.
should maybe look at
but
this
what-
pattern.
One of them lied to her though. Like we can't.
So she's easily manipulated by power. That's worse.
But we love
He's
her.
literally
And you
the
made her leader.
deceiver.
I
Yeah.
did make her leader. Look, I was depressed. Okay,
I thought you were drunk. I keep hearing that you were drunk at the time.
I was drunk and depressed because Reverence got away.
Aw.
That was
And now-
literally the reason.
And now
Son of
you
a
let
bitch.
him get away again.
And now you're all buddy with him.
Oh,
He's your little bitch.
Look, the only
It's-
reason he is alive is because Trinia is safe. If she was not safe, he would be unalived.
oh,
He's the reason why she's wanted.
oh yeah. No, I don't understand that.
So, like, at some point, Rafal is gonna make it so she is no longer wanted, but that might just be easier done by just getting rid of the Requisitors.
Get rid of the queen. Get rid of the Inquisitors.
I mean, we have
you've
to.
got a lot
We
to
have
do.
to kill Dazan.
We have to kill
We have
Zan.
to get in there.
Yeah, and
I have been sitting on this shit since I even have the date of this session where I got this. February 28th of 2021.
Jesus Christ,
God damn.
a year and a half
We're
later,
number
here we
21.
go.
Things weren't better.
They weren't.
You
but-
guys have been wanting to kill the Requisitors since like day one.
Yes, that's like kind of the whole reason I built Rafal. Okay, so
I mean, to be fair,
okay,
it's
but
just, there
order
have
of
been
operations,
bigger things.
it might be easier. Throwing this out there, it might be easier to get rid of the queen,
Yeah.
make Rafal
Yeah.
king, and then go fight the Requisitors.
And then Zara leaves after you become king. And
That's
then
fucking up
we
to
don't have
her,
help for
man.
her.
I can't make her do anything, okay?
Nobody can.
She's a big gnome. I don't even know what race you are. Halfling.
Halfling.
She's a big halfling that can make her own decisions. All right. If she wants to leave, she can leave.
Is the way that I'm sorry, is the way that I'm playing Zara, is that becoming a problem? Because I could just get rid of her right now, if that's...
Not at all, if you're having fun with it.
No. I mean, that's just the thing, right? It's just like, yeah, like she might leave. Okay, she might leave. That's up to her.
But it's not becoming a problem?
Not if you
I
show
mean,
up
it's,
when we
it's
need
a
you.
problem, but it's not a problem.
Look, I'll tell
It's not creating, like,
not creating
frustration.
conflict. No.
Look, I've
okay.
I've DM'd a party where somebody literally just wouldn't shoot a boss in the middle of a boss fight, right? That is creating a problem, right?
Yeah, we've had that before too.
So, like, as long as you're still gonna have our backs and stuff like that when we need you.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have Zara stab you guys in the back. No. That's why I'm like, please, for the love of God, don't put me in with Thule.
Oh, I think it'd be hilarious if the two of you got like trapped together or something. I think that'd be fun.
Oh, yeah.
as
Because
fuck.
if Thule went down, Zara would let her die.
Honestly, this is just going up to like a fucking bottle episode.
You know how many of those happened, and then people try to do dumb shit to get the other people to like them, and then we have to start it all over again.
You mean like
Yeah,
you
you did
lock
that
them
twice.
you lock them together in the bottom of the boat?
Aw.
And you choose the one renegade option.
Oh, and then they
Like,
end up
gotta
falling
restart
in
the whole
love.
romance.
It's so cute.
And then 10 episodes later, she was kidnapped, and now she may or may not be mind controlled. I don't know.
But okay, so then all right. So let's talk what to do about the queen.
We could have her assassinated at the Arboretum opening.
That is true. We can make it look like an accident.
We know someone who's in this likes to kill people for money.
Okay, but the problem is all right, and I'm just throwing this out there. If that happens, we might need to kill Reverence.
Oh, how
Okay.
come?
Because
Oh,
he's
wait,
the
to
only
get him
one
out of
that
the
he
line of
has.
succession.
He has a claim to the
He-
throne over Rafal.
Do you think we could? No, he probably wouldn't willingly do that. Like, actually, like if we asked him to kill the queen, do you think he'd do it?
He
The
doesn't.
thing is, I don't think he could.
I don't think he needs to. But the problem is, the queen is well protected, right? So she
Yeah.
herself
She
is
has-
powerful. Apparently, she
Oh,
has
she has-
a piece of Exodus, and she has a personal bodyguard of those like female bodyguards that she created. So like
The Mist Maidens,
the
yeah.
Mist Maiden. So she's well protected. So like if anyone's gonna do it, like the thing is, I think what Reverend said is interesting, right? If you expose her as not human, how do people react to that, right?
Yeah, but that
That's
just
what
gets
he's
you the
lived with
crown.
his
That
whole
doesn't
life.
get her dead.
Well,
The Requisitors can come right in and whisk them away.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, because we can't just fight her in front of everyone.
No, of course not.
And it
Could
needs,
we goad her into fighting us?
I
yeah,
think so.
she has no reason
Oh.
to.
She's the queen.
would
Why would
look-
she
It
fight
would just
somebody?
look like we were
Night,
trying
Ben.
to kill the queen.
Night, guys.
Night,
Ben.
Ben.
Night, Ben.
So we need a patsy in order to kill the queen and make it
Just
look
frame
like
Trinia Sabor.
No,
guys.
we need people to know the truth about her before she's, because the public opinion matters, right? And the people are like kind of like 50-50 on her. So like it's not like we have to do too much. Like people aren't totally thrilled about her. She's not from Misthaven. Like she, you know, like we just, you know, took care of all the shit with the Golden Lotus and stuff like that. Like, I mean, as far as I understand it, the people are like kind of mess still on her.
Like, it's been nothing but disasters since she got crowned queen.
So
If we find a way to link her to the Golden Lotus, maybe?
Oh, that'd be good.
but nobody
The thing
knows
is,
what the Golden
nobody
Lotus
knows it.
is.
Shoot, that's right. They just know that there was like a phoenix and
We can link
it was
her.
foggy for days.
We can link her to the disasters and her not being human, and if we can like put those pieces together for people,
Yeah.
How would we be able to link it together that would be easily digestible for the people to understand?
there isn't a way. That's
Yeah.
that's the problem.
No.
Now
We're also
Technically-
directly tied into a lot of that shit anyway.
in
Mhm.
yeah, like that's the thing. Like people like what proof do we have of any of this?
I'll say this.
Like we're gonna
Aggramar has
pull
killed
everyone.
for Rafal before.
We can't kill everyone in Misthaven.
I sure as hell
Zara would
can.
do it. I mean,
The void's gonna do it for us, so I can speed up the process.
We won't know until we try.
I'm saying if Rafal wants to get in there and then something happened to the queen, Aggramar would take the fall.
Oh. What if we poison her?
That is
I-
true.
If she,
I
if
have-
she
I
is a
have-
don't
construct,
think-
she's immune to
I
poison.
don't think it would work.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it would work.
That's right, because she's not human.
Yeah, that's what Reverence was trying to say. Like she has like super regenerative properties.
You
and stuff
know what?
like
You
that.
know what overdoes that? Fucking lava.
So you're saying we
I know.
poison her
I know
with
what lava does to a body.
Poison her with lava.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
It's all
'cause,
coming
like,
together,
we're
guys.
gonna have two. We're gonna have two problems. All right, we gotta choose when to
We
fucking
have so
frame
many goddamn
Jaeger,
problems.
and we gotta choose when to fucking expose the queen.
Does Jaeger matter at this moment?
Yes, because he's a big time powerful noble with a lot of money and a lot of land.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that if the queen is dead, right? Because Jaeger's not a pawn in the grand scheme of things, apparently.
Not Nilithid chest, no.
He's just some schmuck.
He's another
Yeah, he's
tool.
literally
He's
just
another
some
tool.
schmuck.
He's another like
But yes,
Reverence.
but
He's
as
a
long as
tool.
we
tool.
don't,
He's a tool.
but as long as we don't lose the evidence for his shit, we can expose him at any time.
Could
True.
we?
Anytime.
And
I
if
mean,
you're
it-
king, you can just bring it up and be like, "You're fucked, dude."
True.
Like
I
that's like low level politics we're talking about. Like,
That's
we
just
need to
some.
stop
That's
the
just some.
apocalypse.
That's just some austerity measures.
Could we
You-
use
you got that thing over his head.
Jaeger to expose the queen at all and then betray him in the end? I mean, I know I was
interesting.
Out of
I know I was against using him to get at Rafal the crown, but at this point, it seems
That
like this
is
is pretty much a
not-
big fucking deal.
What if your mom and Jaeger were to make statements?
What if the
Oh, that's
what?
true.
I mean, you did say that elf. Like that's not a bad observation to make. Also, brain on the shelf. Like very Illithid. Like he could be an Illithid.
Is he?
Oh.
Do we know what he is?
No.
Is
he's
he
an
a
elf.
human?
Well, here's the thing. Illithids are aberrations. They are nothing that I can detect.
True Sight would go through their bullshit if they were disguising themselves, right?
See,
Good.
that's why I was saying use true seeing.
So, like, because it's very likely that if there's a brain in the jar in Jaeger's study, that he has something to do with illithids.
And if
He
they
had
had
it
any
in
sort
the
of
workers'
protective
brief.
amulet like the one that Zara's got to protect it against divination, that also would affect your true sight.
Oh shit!
right.
Really?
Yeah, like they
That was
can't
around the
see
brain?
through your illusion.
I wanted to take
possible
it out because I
Jaeger
thought it was
wears
creating a
something like that.
hostile work environment.
Well, just
He's
like,
probably got non-detection, mind shielding, and
well,
something
I'm just
else.
saying, like, because brain in the jars are like classic illithid.
And who puts that in a bar?
It's in like, yeah, it's in like the barracks, you know, like, so like that's what I'm saying. Like,
I thought he was creating a hostile work environment.
he is wearing an amulet right there.
With an eye. That's a little suspect.
So are you saying that we've got to break into the estate? Because I'll do it again.
You're willing.
How would if they have a amulet of proof against or proof of non-detection? How would we expose? You'd have to remove the item, right?
Or dispel magic?
Does that work on magic items? Because I don't think you can just nuke magic items, right?
You
Wait,
can.
You'd have to like
dispel
disenchant
the
them,
You
right?
effect.
can disintegrate them.
We have someone who knows disintegrate. I think.
We do have a disintegration cannon.
We do have a magic item expert on our team.
Yeah, I know. I got replaced by a wizard.
You're crafting expert. He's a magic item expert. They're two
Apparently not
different
to Callum.
things.
He's very upset that I was getting crafting materials from a third party.
You did promise him exclusivity.
It's
For
true.
magic items.
And then you chose to make your
Technically-
wardrobe magic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You tricked me in that one, Ryan. That's not my fault.
Your peer doesn't know your dealings.
Oh, I know.
He's
But you were
trying
like,
for the
well, you could add
upsell.
magic to it. And I was like, sure, of course I'm going to add magic to it. I didn't think it was a magic item.
so what are we gonna do? How are we going to? So even if
Are you
we
asking
did,
how-
so like, I don't trust Jaeger, so I don't want to ask for his help.
No, yeah.
So if we didn't ask him for his help, how would we do this?
Is there, okay, hear me out. Is there a talk show like person who is very popular, very annoying, can get the word out very fast and make a lot of people angry in Mystic?
Thule?
Because I would use them. Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty
You just
sure.
described Julie.
No, it's Boyle.
Morning clip for.
It's Boyle,
It would be
right?
Boyle.
It'd be the
He's got a lot
thieves.
of
It'd be the
bullets and he
thieves
can cause a
guild.
snake real quick.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
if
let's
we
give
were
it
to
to
tell,
Brodrin and see if he could do it.
No, he's a nobody now.
Yeah, I was gonna say Broderin's a nobody.
Oh, I'm just
you
having
mean
a little
Spider
fun.
Fucker?
Yeah, Spider.
Yeah, Spider-Fucker.
Hit.
I
He
still
has-
need to
He
meet
ain't
Spider
He has
Fucker.
he has fallen. Like the Lich kicked his ass. He's gonna be a good ally to have because we can be like, yo, this is the dude that did that to you. He'd be like, "Brah!"
So, okay, so like so Boyle would be, okay, to use a real world example, throwing myself up, would be, would be like Joe Rogan, right?
No,
rile up the
Boyle would be like a
masses?
mobster.
Okay.
We're
Oh.
talking like he's
Polio.
like a gang leader. He's gonna get
He's even
Like-
cast as De Niro in my head. Like Robert De Niro plays Boyle for
like
sure.
kingpin type shit.
Like he would put concrete on your feet and sink you in the fucking sea.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he would be able to get out the word.
they can't refuse. Yeah, that's him.
So he would
you
be
want to
able
alter
to.
someone's reputation, he's the guy you talk to.
Oh,
In the
okay. So if
streets.
we tell him, how would we sweeten the deal though for him?
You just pay him.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I mean,
Exclusivity.
you've already traded him flamethrowers. What's sweeter than that?
That is true. He does owe me like a lot, I think. You're welcome.
I
We didn't
mean,
even get paid that well for that.
yeah, you didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Oh, you
also,
want trademark rights?
also, if there's no city for him to, you know, be a kingpin of,
You mean if there's no world for all of us to live on?
yeah, I'm just saying, like, you might be able to tell him, like, because he's one of those powerful people. You give him information about what's going on, and he might see that as valuable. Like
So would
Reverence
we-
At the end of
here.
the day, he wants to keep him and his boy's life safe.
And if Rafal does that, just
You had
saying,
an ally
Vote-
in
Yeah.
life.
vote Rafal.
If you don't,
Vote for
you're
the
gonna die.
monarchy.
I mean, you do vote for the king. Like, nobles and powerful people do vote for king.
I didn't vote for him.
No, the poor people don't.
Yeah.
Tread.
But that being said, powerful people that like Rafal are Andrin likes me now. Andrin likes me a lot now. He didn't like me originally, but he likes me now.
Yeah, Ben Carlo.
Yeah, Cassandra likes me. So, like, that's important. Like, the head of the city guard likes me, and
Okay, but-
the head of the Emerald Enclave likes me.
But does she like you now that Zara is no longer in jail?
She doesn't know that she still hangs around. for all
You
she
know,
knows, like-
I don't know. She was on my list of people. I specifically
Yeah.
said to go visit
I was-
Cassandra Creed. So I don't know. Like, cause we go way back. Like, Cassandra really trusts Rafal. Like a lot.
Did you get with have you had any good relations with the High Arbiter?
No. I don't know if Rafal's
We
ever
haven't
met.
talked to her since Agrafar got broken out of prison.
I don't think if Rafal's ever met the High Arbiter.
I don't think so.
That might be a good,
But
the one that could see like through all bullshit. Like,
yeah,
powerful.
yeah, but like, yeah, Boyle, I don't think dislikes Rafal. And then like the Arconas like Rafal. The Lady
what you need to
Larange
do-
likes Rafal.
You can get the general populace in your pocket by like straight up like buying those empty buildings and starting like an outreach program, and then you're
Well,
gonna get,
that's
huge
been
popularity vote.
Yeah, that's been a huge thing for me, is changing the lives of the people, right? And just by like even just the few people so far that I've been able to do that for, it's been great. But like, okay, so that's like all the power, like I think what we've established is that if we can present evidence to these powerful people, then we can basically, we need to plan a coup, guys.
We have to commit treason.
We have to, we are planning a coup here.
Would we enact our coup during the opening of the Arboretum?
I mean,
It's literally
Can we
a
have
day.
a day?
it's
We have
I
a
think
day
here's
if
the
you
thing.
want to actually
I
be here
think
and plan.
I think it's possible because like Rafal's gonna be right there with her. It's outside of the castle. It's everyone's gonna be there.
We have to expect, if things go south, that
These are the kinds of places that coups happen.
no,
It's
I
true.
agree, but like things can go south really quickly.
Well,
if
that's
she
why we're
goes berserk.
planning it right now.
Because Agrimar could, in theory,
Oh
block
man,
that
look at this.
and it close-
He's
close
rearranging the tokens. It's real now. This is the beginning of the end, y'all. Oh my
'Cause-
god. You guys know what I just realized?
What?
If we do this, we've wrapped up Kevin's arc. We've pretty much wrapped up Thule's. We've pretty much wrapped up Agramar's, and we'll have wrapped up Raval's like personal arcs. Like the game will pretty much be almost over.
Agramar always has more work to do.
Well, yeah, but yours is like extra planar. Like yours is clearly like the end game shit.
You know what mine is? Campaign 3.
Do you think we could convince Artoria?
She's a wild card. I don't know who she actually is.
Wait, who?
Artoria Cimber. Like, I like her a lot. I don't know if she's been lying. She hasn't been lying to me though, right, Ryan?
No, she's helped us.
Like I've interacted with her way
Archimedes
too
for
much. Yeah, and I've interacted with her way too much for her to have been lying like all the time to me.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, the queen hasn't necessarily been lying to you, and she's turned out to be a fucking crazy ass construct lady.
That's very true.
Like, just because they're not lying to you doesn't mean it's not in their programming to fuck you.
Her picture isn't. I mean, like, she's not one of the statues. Artoria's not an elf, right, Ryan?
No.
She's human, right? Isn't she?
Half elf.
I thought she was human.
I'm pretty sure I made her human.
Yeah, I think she is. I'm pretty sure. Like, because she's
again,
because I mean, like
100% sure about this.
I mean, her token is Jaina Proudmoore, so
she appears human.
I think the play. I think we need to get the queen out.
Oh God.
Wait, what do we need to do?
Well, I think we need to do whatever we're doing with the queen, and then be prepared to move directly to the Requisitors afterwards. We have to do them close by, otherwise they're gonna fucking split.
So essentially, we are going to, in Game of Thrones talk, we're going to take out Cersei Lannister and then move on to the, whatever the fuck the night crawlers are, night giants, whatever the fuck they were, right? In terms
like
of that,
undead people.
Yeah,
yes.
Kinda, little bit like that.
We would have to basically the Night King and taking out Cersei or Khaleesi if you want to go for like the dragon aspect or whatever.
Okay, that doesn't seem.
We're gonna have to fight on two fronts, and it's gonna be fucking exhausting, and people are gonna die. But that's the way I see it is we're gonna have to fight two major fights right in a row.
Well, here's the thing. Here's a cool thing, right? Is that we can drive the Requisitors into their fort because we're gonna have armies at our disposal now.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of good they did is during the fucking battle of the Shimmering Street.
You also have to remember that the way into the Requisitors fort is you have to speak a truth, correct?
Yeah.
That's unless the building is still standing.
But I'm just saying, like, we're going to be able to take the fight to them.
Oh, I know someone who can open fucking doors.
I don't think
eccentric locks.
I don't think Atriox is going to come back to help us.
I don't think Atriox is going to do that.
He hasn't really been able to have a good conversation with Thule yet.
We haven't gotten.
Hey, you want to come back into the condemned building?
We still have to plan our coup. We still need to do step 1.
Okay, we're going to do the coup at the Arboretum, right?
I mean, how though? We have to.
Yeah, how and who do we talk to?
And like, what evidence do we present?
Do we imprison her first, or do we imprison her first, then bring out the evidence, or do we bring out the evidence, then imprison, do the coup? You know.
Private confrontation or public confrontation?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
I say public.
Do we incapacitate her first, or
no? Like, we can't attack her. We have to expose her, right?
Do we have anything on her besides a statue 300, 400 feet below the city?
We have Reverence.
Who is going to be outed as they killed the previous king and their word will be mud.
Mm-hmm.
we don't have anything to out the
No,
queen.
we'd have
It's
to
very
show.
well played.
We'd have to show them.
We would have
Could
to
we-
dispel whatever.
Like it's like in Men in Black where he just blows the dude's head off to show Jay like what's up, and then it just starts
Like
growing
this
back.
dude starts
Like
growing back,
yeah,
yeah.
like we need a moment like that shows everyone.
Divine Smite.
Could we make her tell the truth?
That's an interesting.
I can zone a truth, but that
But
doesn't
I
force
have
the
a
truth to
couple
come
of
out.
truth
She's also
serums, too, so
she's also resistant to magic.
truth serum. I got truth serum. All Rafal has to do is share a bit of wine, and she starts spilling the beans.
She could be immune to poison.
That's not a poison, though,
It's not.
right? No, I think we agreed that it wasn't.
I think
Hold on.
Truth serum is a poison.
Ah, fuck. Well,
I think it's like on the top of the list.
well, fuck. Never mind.
Or
Well,
do we
could
go the
try.
assassination route and just make sure no one saw us?
I don't want to do that. That's the curse of the Crimson Throne.
Yeah.
I don't think that is.
It's the greed of men is the curse of the Crimson Throne.
It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
for
that's-
greed, it's for protection of the masses.
That's I'm just
But unless the masses are aware of it,
Yeah,
from the
people-
outside,
it just
as
looks
though
like-
it's just the ambitions.
it just looks like I'm taking the throne for myself. I have to
Well-
I have to reluctantly accept it once it's thrust upon me. You know what I mean?
He needs to be worthy. Seen
Yeah,
as worthy.
because the note that I have, because we asked Severus what the curse was, and he said essentially that those who want the throne are the folly of what befalls them, or some shit like that. Basically, you reap what you sow.
Right. Rafal can't make he hasn't really made too many enemies on his rise here. You know what I mean? And it's like it's
They're all dead.
well, I mean, there've been evil people. But yeah, the people need to be on Rafal's side. That's important to him.
The only thing I think we actually have on her is that she is not mentally fit because she's being corrupted by this ancient item of a long forgotten titan.
We could bring that up, yeah.
That's the only thing that we have that would be like she's kind of fucked up in the brain now.
And that's tricky, right? Because you can be like, how
You
can I
could-
convince you not? You need to give us your crown. Oh, I'm not going to give you the crown. It's the crown. Yeah, that's fair.
And then Sabrina steps up, tries to stab you, and I fucking banish her to the Shadowfell or something.
So do we have to make her look crazy? And then attack her?
I think that's the only physical bit of evidence that we have is the fact that she has this crown, and all these terrible things have been happening since she took the crown.
I mean,
She's
that's
not
not a bad angle, right? Is to just say
It's diplomatic. It's non-bloodshed.
So Rafal would get up and say, "Hey, look, guys,
bitch is
look at all these
crazy."
problems."
I don't think that's gonna work. Because it would only be the people there that could hear it, right? Like, what if?
How does one overthrow a monarchy?
I mean, she's running a tight ship. It's kind of hard to.
In fact, we didn't find out about this. Ooh.
Do we have anything on Vivana?
No, I don't know shit
No,
about
she's
her.
just an ambassador.
Well, the last
She's
one
also-
worked out real well for us.
She's also the sister to that cleric that was working to heal Trinia. Never Agrimar just totally showed him up by just casting divine intervention on
It,
him.
it wasn't.
yeah.
It wasn't Trinia. It was.
Oh no,
It was Gru's daughter, right?
No,
his niece.
It was. It's Bickerstaff's
Brianna.
Yeah,
Great granddaughter.
great granddaughter.
Brianna, that's what it was.
The miracle child.
The girl who lived.
I'm not seeing a peaceful way of.
I don't. How do medieval coups take place? I don't even know.
A lot of stabbing.
Yeah, usually they just kill them.
Yeah. This isn't a democracy.
I mean,
Exactly.
there is, if she, God forbid, if she is a construct, that would prove your point after the fact. If she's not, then it would look real bad on you.
Right, like let's just stab her through the chest, and then she just
If she
dies.
dies.
And then she just dies, and you're like, oh, well, yes, I'm king.
I mean, that is kind of how monarchies work.
It is
I
true.
mean, if she is,
What if Rafal does it disguised as someone else?
What if
Yourself
just
look
one
like
of us
Trinia
does it?
Sabor.
yeah. Okay, wait. If we were to
You
hit
haven't had it
her,
disguised, don't you?
yeah, I do.
Not like the
I-
problem is not enough people can see that.
No, but you get Marcus, you get Cassandra, and you get like Artoria, the three pillars of the community, right? The army, the police, and the fucking the scholars.
I want you guys to understand. Artoria is kind of a nobody.
If you
More
want
like
to
a
get a,
bodyguard.
I need
Isn't
these.
it
I
Lady
need these
Larotte?
people at the bottom. I need the headmasters, the exotic trades. Like you need the people with the money. You need these people down here. And
So if we were to attack,
They're all gonna be there, right?
they're
the
all
queen.
gonna be there.
If we were to attack the queen, like just one shot, like good hit, would that kind of show that she is a construct? Do we just need to get one shot to show like she's a fucking construct?
I don't.
Or do we need to kill her?
I don't think so because like if she just doesn't die, right, then everyone's gonna be like, oh, she's so strong. She just lived through an assassination attempt.
Because if it was one hit, then
We would have to do a secret. I think a secret or quieted some kind of dispel if there is a guise. We'd have to figure out if there's a guise or not. Because there's got to be a way to reveal what she is without physically harming her. Otherwise, it looks bad.
counterspell.
And then there's always the issue of reverence.
Well, if he really is going to pull that play, I don't think he is, because that would be a terrible idea of trying to come up and take the crown after what's happened.
I think it'd be a brilliant idea.
Do you want me to go kill him?
Kinda. But
Because that's
we
what I was
could've- we could've
contemplating.
killed him.
except now that I know that he's buddy with the daughter of, like, I don't know. Now he's useful again. God damn it.
He's got connections. He's happy to be a middleman.
I
He
hope,
did say
I
he-
hope he's intelligent enough
He
to not.
did say he
test
has
that.
no illusions for the crown, but I don't know if I believe him.
He didn't
No,
lie
he,
to
he
you.
was being 100% truthful.
I know.
And
He
He knows that if he attempts to do that, he's dead. That's signing his own death warrant.
all right. I believe him.
Like, I think he even went so far as to tell you, like, I shouldn't even be telling you this part, but, like, I'm shooting for full independence of the Undercity, which I know is not going to happen, but I know that's the truth, and that's why I'm telling you this.
I'm hot on my insights. I rolled another natural 20 for 29.
Dang.
You incite the fuck out of Revolt.
Yeah.
So is it going to be just us doing the coup, or are we going to enlist other people that are our allies?
Well, that's
Because I don't think I don't think the wharf rats are going to cut it.
No, that's why I'm talking about.
Get your slingshots, guys.
There's a reason I am talking about like Endrin and Cassandra.
Yeah,
because
we need to
have
talk to Marcus. We need to
A
talk
day,
to
right? We have most of the day left.
Okay, Marcus is an interesting person to talk to because Marcus does know about the Golden Lotus.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's got one of their ships.
And he fucking saw a lot of shit with us. Because we pulled a fucking dragon's carcass out and showed it to him.
We
Like,
lost the whole Griffin cavalry.
he saw us take down the Phoenix. Like, he knows.
think-
He took down one of the Golden Lotus's ships.
We fucking even told him about the airship and like the fucking.
gave it to them.
Yeah, so like he knows the story, right? So like,
Yeah.
if
That's what I was saying.
You're right,
He's
like,
got content.
Endrin might be the one to like,
I think
because if the army marches in, we could do a military coup. Is what I'm saying.
I think that's what we have to do.
I think
yeah.
we have to do that.
That's the most. That's the.
Okay, so
Well,
maybe that's what
he's-
Rafal.
Write that down and
That's-
and post it so I can make sure that I've got spell slots for sending messages to these people because we got people to talk to.
Instead of fucking over Jaeger at the Arboretum, we're gonna fuck over the Queen. Is this really happening?
We're putting
Yeah.
Rafal in the
We're
throne.
Oh, this
2
is
weeks from now.
happening. God damn.
And I will
So
kill
Jaeger's
anybody
going
who
to be
steps in the way.
Jaeger's probably going to be expecting to be overthrown. To expose. Wouldn't it be funny if he's like, not today, bitch?
He put on his good pants and he's like, wait,
Yeah.
I'm not getting exposed tonight.
Are we going to bring?
It depends on
Boyle
what his
into this?
reaction is to, you know.
I think it would be who of us to have Boyle and the Wharf Rats running scout in case people tried to dip.
The wharf rats are staying fucking put. I am not putting them in danger.
No,
sorry.
they can stay in our area. I'm just saying they can watch their turf and just make sure
they
that
could just stick
anybody's
around the
dipping.
Phoenix Feather Inn. They could stay safe. Like,
So they'd
we're gonna
be
need
scouts
people in the city.
essentially.
Yeah, we need scouts. We're gonna if we're doing this,
scouts for what?
if people bounce, like if they're
That's what Shaka and Owazi are for.
What people? Who people?
any people, I don't know.
We're trying,
NPCs.
like the Queen.
Like, yeah, but like, I'm not gonna. If the Queen gets past us, I'm not expecting the fucking wharf rats.
No,
or,
I
Shelby, get her!
I'm saying
or
if our
normal
attention
Thieves
is-
Guild
is
people to-
divided.
Yeah, I guess if she bounces, I don't know. As long as Endrin's on our side, like, who's gonna fucking say no?
No, but we still got to get that peace offer.
And it's very likely that she tries to use the Requisitors to fight us.
It could be a 2-for-1 deal.
Or maybe
Have you thought
not,
of a new
because we're not-
cabinet after all these nobles die in this inevitable conflict?
No, I haven't.
So, I don't think the Requisitors would attack us because we wouldn't be a danger to the city.
She controls them technically.
They're also both members of the Golden Dawn Initiative or whatever.
Oh shit, that's right.
So if she really wants,
Yeah, now
fucking
we
money
know
help,
that
they'll come.
she's friendly with them. Unless this is all a trick and we're fucked. I don't think it's a trick. Doesn't seem
I think
like a
either
trick.
way we get Rafal on the throne and it's
Oh.
awesome.
Yeah.
My goal's achieved.
I guess we'll have to sleep on it. We'll have to think about it.
I think Endrin might be our best bet.
I think that's the best bet. Military might backing up, and then provide whatever kind of information. We have to get him up to date.
Well, we need him and
First.
Cassandra Creed. We need both.
And yeah,
Yep.
because she has the city guard.
She
yep.
has the city guard. Because then the only group that we would be fighting
Maybe.
are is Sabrina and the Mist Maidens. And the Requisitors.
Which you and Thule are built for fucking up Requisitors.
Yeah, when they're not Severus, yeah.
Oh my gosh, he was a bitch and a half.
Yeah, that fight fucking sucked.
Him and the Rakshasa.
Oh yeah. Well, I've got things I can do to Rakshasas now, but
Right?
not a lot.
What level spells do you need to fuck them up?
I think it's
like
6th level or higher.
Yeah,
I
something
can
like that.
fuck up the Rakshasa.
I'm
Finally.
just gonna hold him in place and just beat the shit out of him.
That's the easiest way to kill him.
Come here, Rafal, stab him through the chest. I got a really good grapple check.
I like how Ben's gonna like come back and we'll be like, so we're gonna kill the queen.
We're staging a coup.
We're overthrowing the government.
Military coup, what do you think?
Callum just went out for nachos. We're out here planning a coup.
So I know that you want to ditch town with your girlfriend, but Master of the Arcane?
I'm just telling you, you may want to do that sooner rather than later.
Nobody's exiting town this afternoon.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna see if Atriox can get a long rest and put a fucking chain around the city so nobody can leave. By the way, Ryan, that was really awesome. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was cool. That was a good find.
I'm glad you guys found it. I thought the statues, I thought it was going to become the next throwaway detail. But like I was telling Rachel and Summer and some of the guys earlier, this is why I don't think the shark matters anymore. As cool as it might be to see Ironhide at some point, I don't think that matters anymore.
No, we're
I didn't
gonna
even know
get
that the shark
execution
existed.
by sentient shark is what the queen's gonna get.
Giant cosmic threats? Little sentient shark.
Yeah, kind of like a... Oh, fuck, I don't... Finding the Death Star and Jaws. You know,
Exactly.
killing the shark
Sharknado.
seems really insignificant compared to the goddamn Death Star.
The planet killer.
So you
In
guys
fact-
will just have to be on the lookout for a sentient shark next campaign.
That's fine. That sounds fun.
Oh
You'll be happy, Lucas, because Tuli will actually bring Cognar with her when we go to the Arboretum.
I was gonna say, put a bow
Keep
tie
him
on that
There
son
will
of a
be
bitch to
plenty
keep him
of
right next to
space.
you.
Like, hold a bouquet of flowers.
Should someone scout ahead and just scope out the Arboretum before?
No, you should
going
do
in?
that.
Do you want to put some barrels out and
Make
set some
sure
bombs
there's
up?
no Fae-Fareets there.
I mean, she wouldn't set up any bombs, but she'd certainly set fires. I mean, I know that we're all sweetie on
I
the
mean,
No,
trees,
there's
but-
could-
dryads that live there.
You could
Say, be nice to the treants,
You could
please.
go with Callum because he was the architect. I think they'll give you a good reason to go.
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't
Because
have to
I'm-
work with Thule.
Well, she's staff now, so
Media pass.
Because if we do that, then she can hide some. Oh, wait, are weapons allowed in this entire thing, or is it kind of like, hey, leave your sword at the gate?
Ryan, do you want us
You
to be
guys are in
seeing
charge.
this?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been to the Arboretum before, so if you guys want to try and
I like what you
strategize
did with
something,
the maze topiaries. It's very
Is this
elegant.
the tree that we almost all died around?
No, this. I guess that could be that refurbished now, and this is if the camera were to pan a little bit more northward towards the main entrance to that facility, where there's this
I mean,
sort of
that whole
balcony
place kind of got
looking
fucked up and
over the
needed to be
courtyard.
rebuilt.
Yeah, and so
Mhm.
a lot of this has been refurbished, and now it's looking all sorts of polished. Sections have been reworked, paths have been changed around to better cover up some fireball-like explosives.
Sorry.
But this is effectively where you guys will be giving any sort of dedication or speeches to any gathered crowds, where the Queen's token is at.
And that's a high spot, right? The benches are below that.
So,
Yeah, it's
like,
15, 20-foot balcony.
if there are soldiers,
Likely to have, at the very least, guards at all the exits.
no, I'm talking
If
about
the
our
Queen's-
military coup.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Because we are going to neutralize those guards.
yeah. We're gonna have three to six guards come from every direction.
Because we're going to have... Well, we're going to...
We're gonna bring the airship.
I guess
and, light
I
off
don't.
fireworks.
Ryan, can we do it right now? Can we at least know if Endron's going to be on our side?
Please.
You'll know he's
Could
going to
we?
be on your side, but we're not going to go so far as to start it now.
That's fine. All right. Okay.
Like, he
Agamor
has
sent him
Like
actively-
I
we
don't
need to have a
like I
meeting.
don't want to plan all this stuff assuming we're going to have the Emerald Enclave if we don't have the Emerald
the
Enclave.
Emerald Enclave is going to have your backs.
All right. What about
Not
Cassandra?
only Marcus Endron, but because he has, like, many of his units have personally witnessed, like, you guys
Oh, that one guy we
dominated
saved.
that
Fighting
dragon.
the dragons,
Dude,
Like,
right?
you
We
brought the
dragon
dragon
out.
corpse out to show them.
Yeah,
Didn't we?
not to
didn't
mention-
we also save one of the? I can't remember if it was an
City
Emerald
guards?
Enclave or a
It
city
was.
guard
The
from
guy-
the zombies.
It was a member of the Emerald Enclave, and he dropped him off back at one of the Emerald Enclave barracks. So, like, opposite sides of the city have heard tremendous, miraculous
remember when
tales
I,
about
like,
you guys.
Remember when I appeared in front of everybody on the wall like a fucking angel?
He gave Zara her heavy crossbow.
Oh yeah. Sucker.
So yeah, okay, so then what about Cassandra Creed and the city guard?
She's probably not going to be in favor of a coup unless, like, it's going to take a very, very high persuasion check, I would say.
What if I
For-
brought
But she might
Okay.
just
What-
stay out of it.
what if I brought Alistair with me? And I
That
told
would
her
definitely work in your favor.
and I told her about Sabrina.
Oh,
Because
the
like
undead bitch?
she has a personal connection to what's going on here.
Yes,
that is
definitely.
true. Like firsthand.
That could definitely
I
help
want
to
to make it about
decrease that
like
DC.
I want to make it about
But I-
family with her. You know what I mean?
Can we get all this stuff in chat so we can remember?
Yeah, would Rafal try the persuasion, or would he take Tuli with him to try the persuasion?
I mean, I think
with
Rafal
Cassandra.
would do it. He has a +9. I'm not like
You would have advantage on
it's
it. 'cause
family,
if-
you know. It's a family affair with
well,
her.
If I knew
Here,
that
your family.
that Rafal was doing big amounts of talking, I would give him the enhanced ability to give him advantage on all of his charisma stuff. So he should succeed.
So we might need to roleplay that one next time.
That's fine. I think I'm fine with
We
that.
That one I'm
we
going to
have a
make you roll
direction.
for it.
Yeah, because like I think we could
That was
do
a tweener.
we could do it without the city guard, but it sure
Well, this-
would be nice to have them on our side too.
But the city
If the
guard will
city
make
guard-
a difference after the fact.
If the city guard could just stay out of the way and like, look, we won't hinder, but we won't help you at all. I mean,
Yeah, well, yeah, and like we don't want Emerald Enclave fighting city guard. Like we don't want that.
yeah, we want to make it look like a unified.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that'll be really important. Okay.
Do we know, Ryan, if there
My stream
were-
is still running, so I have this on video.
I do too. Do we know if there was any security plans for the city for the Arboretum opening, like checkpoints and stuff like that? That Cassandra
Or
might
like
be
leave your
manning?
weapons
You
at the
guys'
door.
discretion. Like at a base, we could do like a weapon. You guys could enact a weapons check for this thing, so that only the people that you allow have weapons inside of this place. You probably won't be able to affect like the Queen's guards, but like at the very least, the common people here won't have.
I'm just saying,
weapons.
like,
Won't sneak
for
in extra
that, but having if Cassandra's men troops were going to be throughout the city at all the bridges and stuff anyway, we would have. What I'm saying is, like, if she gets on our side, then we would have people to help lock down the city. If we
Right,
need to.
like, yeah,
Seen the
like you
city
guys,
go under lockdown
like, yeah, you
before.
guys were
You've
like,
seen what happens when one of the monarchs dies.
yeah, and if you guys can get Boyle on our side, then we have the Thieves Guild, we have the army, and we have the city guard.
All the soldiers.
We can keep
You know,
order,
it's
which is
a
important.
very fast scramble for control of the city.
So
and those hours are vital.
The only out I can think of is the Requisitors.
We can't have another Corbin Reed happen. You know what I mean?
Agreed. I'm thinking of possible outs is the Requisitors somehow teleporting, and the wizard, the school. Like if she gets to the teleportation circles at the school.
I mean, she could
There's
get away.
also-
That's like even if she gets away, like the coup still works, which is what's important.
I'm thinking of funneling. Like if she's going to run in a certain direction, we can plan.
She's a
backup
wizard,
plans
so
for that.
like if she's gonna wizard things, she's gonna wizard things, right?
Well, yeah. Just tactically thinking. That's all.
Yeah, no, I get
I-
what you're saying. Like, I think, well, because like even say we get the Academy on our side, right? We get like, because these people are gonna be there, right? And they're gonna see things, right? So like, that's what's important. Is
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
yeah, and if like, because Endrin is like a war hero, and then Rafal's like a hero now, and like if all of those people are like that are all from Misthaven, you know, if we have all these people on our side, like that's really good. And
Yeah,
if Lord Jaeger's not on our side, we'd be like, "Fuck you, traitor!"
you're working with her.
Yeah,
So the reason why I bring that up, like the tactical stuff, is because Agrimar is thinking of the bigger scale. Yeah, the coup needs to happen, but also we are still trying to keep these pieces out of the hands of those other guys. So that's why he's thinking about if someone dips.
no, that's
We've already lost 2 pieces. Right?
You definitely think on those levels. Rafal will think on the political levels of things.
There we go. We got all aspects covered.
But
Multi-dimensional thinking.
Yeah. How do you stop her
I'm-
from plane shifting?
I'm still wondering. You probably answered this, but I'm not too sure. Is the Arboretum opening because we're going to be so close to the Queen and just a lot of important people there? Are we allowed any sorts of weapons in there, or do we need to hide? Do we need to stash, or is it like, oh yeah, everyone bring weapons?
I think that's gonna be totally up to us.
Yeah, you guys are hosting it, effectively.
Oh,
It's your rules.
Okay.
This is your guys' dedication.
This is our trap. We're the ones setting the trap this time.
You guys are going to be the ones monologuing this time. Ha ha ha!
How the
Agrimar probably should
turntables have
polish his
turned.
armor then.
Ever since that ziggurat, man, things have just been rolling. Things have been happening.
The world is ending. We only have 12 sessions. to
I'm
get
not
it done.
ready for this campaign to be over.
Gas pedals all the way down.
Oh my god. What are we gonna do?
Right.
I'm gonna have to play
What are you gonna
a
do about
character that's
Asian? I was like,
not
I ain't got time for that shit
Rafal.
right
I
now.
don't understand.
And the next campaign is there going to be a time split? I don't like it.
It might not even be same universe, right?
Oh dang.
I mean, with the whole
It's
World
possible.
Tree roots intertwining thing, I'm all for doing some sort of a Spelljammer style campaign.
Yeah. Do you?
Hop into different
I mean,
worlds.
good question is, Ryan, do you want to DM another campaign after this one?
I'll need time to prep it, but definitely.
Oh my god. Rafal's gonna be king.
I wonder if, because if Amanda can get back, will she make it by the end of the campaign? It's only 2 sessions.
Yeah, she should.
Probably.
Yeah, she should. There's no,
Right.
there's no
Fucking
way
another wrench in
we're
the works.
we're saying wrap this up, but that might be the end of the year, right? Like,
Yeah, you very
Yeah,
well
there's
could
so
be.
many things that could happen because some of our combat sessions some
There's-
of our sessions are all combat.
look how long it took to get through 35 statues. Can you
Yeah.
imagine how long these 11 are going to take to get through?
Look
But
how
now
long
that
we
we know what we're looking for, it should be slightly easier.
Yeah, actually, it's good to have
Like we have a goal. It's
it
not a
feels-
You
mysterious.
know the holes they're hiding in.
It feels good to have a hit list. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Right, to
we
actually
can tick
have-
them off. Okay.
to actually know who we're going after instead of just hoping that we stumble across them.
Especially after my whole speech about tools and those who wield them, and then it's just like, oh, that's who's holding the tools right there, those people.
Just the last few check boxes in your long line of quests. To 100% completion.
Yeah, we did all the side quests. Now it's time to, like, everything's pointing at the main quest line. It's like, finish me!
I even got the super rare achievement.
Not
Agmar got
even his
laid.
final
Only
form.
1% of the whole population has gotten it.
I'm kind of.
You
I'm
really have to
hoping
stick
that-
in there with the game to get to that point.
Yeah,
I'm hoping
yeah, I
that
had to
with
do 4,000 hours to get to that.
What are you saying, Summer?
I'm hoping that with like outing the queen, if we're successful, that it'll just draw Dazan out and we can kill two birds with one stone.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Because
If not, first act as king is to abolish the Requisitors, right?
Well,
and we have to do it anyway.
The problem with the Requisitors is the contract, guys. Like, that
Yeah.
is a
Well,
big...
you have the right as the king to call up the contract and
Yeah,
make
but
changes, right?
we have no idea what that means because it talks about taking away knowledge that was given to Misthaven, and we don't know what was given.
Do we want to kill Asmodeus?
I don't think we'd have to go that far. I think we'd have to go to the second layer of hell.
and
Fuck 'em.
kill
Let's do it.
We literally just have
What's
to
her fuck?
destroy the contract. We just have to kill the Mithril Queen.
I'm game.
Let's do it.
You're allowed to renegotiate with them.
Yeah, gives
That's
the
what I'm saying.
terms on
Yeah.
how to do
That's
so.
in.
I don't
Number
want to
5
negotiate with
bonus.
devils. That's not a good idea.
You don't negotiate with terrorists.
I was about to say.
Negotiating with terrorists is a better idea than negotiating with devils.
I don't think so.
No, yeah.
Devils are the worst. They put things in invisible ink on your contract.
But you signed it.
With blood.
Plus, Ryan's a lawyer. I'm not fucking with that.
That document, Ryan. Oh my god.
No,
Yeah, it's this one right here.
That
hold
son of a
on.
bitch.
No, I've looked at it so many times and I still like, and that's why I'm just convinced. I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna find a loophole in here.
Because
We're
this
gonna
one
find the
allows you
loopholes.
to renegotiate the thing.
Like, whatever those things that it talks about being like planted throughout the city, don't really want to find out what those things are.
Maybe they're just really aggressive pieces of corn. You know,
Could
like
be.
yeah.
Maybe it's like a really spicy pepper.
Mm-hmm. Or a pumpkin.
Agamar will find all peppers.
It grows into a jack-o'-lantern. Ah!
Let's see if the Lord of the Third Hells can stand Agamar's heat.
Everyone's always giving me shit for my crown. God damn.
I think they're telling you to step the fuck up.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
You're wearing a crown. Have a throne.
you can't be too ambitious.
Yeah,
I mean, we are
read.
planning a coup. That's pretty ambitious of
Well,
us.
it has taken a
Not-
long time to gather the power to get to this point, and I did it purposely. Like, I made sure I made friends with the right people.
Did it legit?
Can I say this, that old what's his face was right, and I don't like saying that.
Who's old? What's his face?
The was it Tom, Brad, what's his name?
Who?
The guy that we did like that was drunk all the time.
Ted.
Brew?
Ted.
Oh.
He was right about the queen. I don't like it. He's like, I don't like that bitch.
He is right. That is true. He was right about the
From
queen.
day one, he was
Yep.
like, that bitch ain't right."
Yeah. Well, I kind of went up and down on it. Like, I was like, I trust her, I don't trust her, I trust her,
But
I
you
don't
didn't.
trust her. Like, I was on trust her just like for a while, and now I'm back on.
You still trust her, but she broke your heart.
No.
I mean, I don't think Rafal ever actually like.
It was for
If you guys
political
haven't
gain.
noticed, Iliosa's a little dull. We never really had that much fun together.
Has Rafal had fun with anybody besides the party?
I think Rafal has more chemistry with Artoria than anybody else.
That's a good match.
I can't really think of anyone else. Well, I mean... No, that's about it. That's, I think, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean, I have my theories.
Rafal doesn't flirt too much.
Oh, he's focused on his work. Doesn't have time for emotions.
Yeah, and people don't flirt with Rafal too much, I've noticed. I don't know if that's Ryan's fault or my fault. Oh, I don't know.
I think it's your
coffee date with Lady Elijah LaRue.
Oh, that's true. I did kind of stand her up, didn't I? Actually, she just never came calling.
No, you had to go back to Aggramar.
I had to go back to work. I did flirt a little bit with Lady Larange. I forgot about that.
Who is Lady Larange again?
She's the one that's in charge of the libraries.
Ah.
She's the one that got us the secret room. You met her.
Yeah.
No, I there are just a lot of people, and it's hard for me to.
It's a lot of names.
So many names.
I'm amazed. I've got Ryan's politics on lock. I'm like, nah, that's this person. That's this person. Like, have I ever met Toph Ornelos? I don't think I've ever met him. Have I?
I think you ran into him at the coronation. Like,
oh wow, that would have been a long time.
He was
ago.
at the party, but that was.
I think
like
you overheard one of his conversations and didn't interact with him.
And then
Have any of us even gone to the academy?
Yeah, that's where we came back from. You have, but the rest of us have, because that's where Professor Barnaby teleported us back to.
Speaking of which, he is still waiting for an answer.
What did Barnaby need from me?
Approval to go into the statue.
Well, I don't want him to.
No, the poor guy's been out there for fucking.
Yeah, no. He's gonna have to deal with the bureaucratic red tape. I'm sorry, like it's just like because it's what's the word? Fucking dangerous.
I know. The poor guy's been sitting in the desert for so damn long.
It's fine. He should keep an eye on us because once that thing starts floating, because it's gonna be the end of the world, he needs to let us know about it.
Oh my God! It's the Ark.
Because that thing can teleport in time and space, so...
Tell me about it.
No, seriously, Zumeria's statue can, like, float around.
I know! That's why Agrimar's here.
So... Yeah.
Dang, we're dealing with the end of the world.
What are we, level 15? God damn.
Yeah.
Wow, what a session.
We found out our world has an expiration date that is approaching.
And we still don't know where that lich teleported those other phylacteries.
Or
we'll get to it when we get
if
to
we'll
it.
even have time before they regenerate, or if the world will end before they regenerate.
Well, if we could get the crown from the queen, we could stop that from happening. We will have a piece of Exodus at least. And who knows where fucking Nari is.
So we'll have one piece and all the rest are unaccounted for.
Hey, bright side, no Nari statue.
Yay!
Nari's not one of the bad guys.
Sure.
No Phelan statue either.
True. And no Daldric statue.
Well, actually,
Was
if he would have
Phelan's
rolled higher on his
husband-
perception check.
Was Phelan's husband a blonde by chance?
He was a cop. Phelan's husband was like a human, right? He wasn't even an elf.
Was he human?
I don't know.
No, he was an elf.
No.
He was
I
doing
think he was an
like
elf.
200 years of searching, like doing cop
Oh,
work for
okay.
Misthaven.
Yeah, he's
But
just.
I mean, he's buried in
We saw
you know,
his
Greytown.
body.
I spoke to him. I'm just asking because, you know, if another one of them handed characters as the villain, it's a close relation, I'm going to be pissed.
No, the second
You
start.
say his Cookie was the one inside of the flower working with the Golden Lotus.
The thing that we have to pay attention to is the second where people go, "Hey, didn't I see you yesterday?" And they point at Rafal, and we didn't see them yesterday. That's going to be; those are going to start being the red flags, because that
Weird
means
deja vu, I
because that
guess.
means the Raffalfalganger's back. Now, luckily, I'm pretty sure that armor isn't coming out of that body.
Yeah, he has the armor and the sword, right?
Yes. Oh God.
And we don't know where the fuck Travosh is. But he can stay away, as far as I care.
He could be the golden elf.
No, the golden elf I thought he polymorphed into Rafal.
Yeah, but there's
That's why I
clearly
was confused.
That's
I
why
thought
I'm
they were the same person.
confused.
there's clearly
I thought they were the
two
same
right
person.
there. No, they can't be. There's a statue of one and a Raffalfalganger.
That was the token at the beginning, and then Ryan switched him into Rafal's face, and now I'm confused.
Maybe they're twins.
Maybe one of them was a simulacrum.
Yeah, that's probably
Can simulacrums cast polymorph?
no, but clones can.
Clones can.
Simulacrums can cast spells if you have the spells.
Clones can too.
Can you actually have a clone active without like taking over the body? Because I thought they don't
Good.
activate until the person's dead.
So what if you put someone else in them?
Like they literally had stolen souls.
Yeah, everyone remember when they died.
Because
they
the
they were just
tiefling.
like, yeah. She told
I
us.
remember dying to the Golden Lotus.
And then
And
and then
Severus,
their
he was
shit
killed.
got stuffed back into the body.
Yeah, so whatever had their body, what was it? Probably was a different soul.
Yeah. Fucking body switching bullshit.
I knew it. I knew it.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Jeez Louise.
We got a lot to do, y'all.
Got a lot of people to kill.
We got a lot of people to convince.
I mean, if you
Well,
think
not
about
really.
it, it's kind of cool. We only have 11 people left to kill.
Plus, however many Requisitors there are, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that there's not going to be nobody between us and those 11 people.
Plus, the Requisitors should be easy because our weapons are silvered.
Yeah,
That is
That's
true.
true.
we're ready
We-
for the devil.
You've been ready for your whole lives.
Good thing I'm not a melee character.
He says with an armor class of like 28.